having a technical issue at this end, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to need a couple of minutes to reset everything here.
Okay. We'll talk amongst ourselves.
Okay, so can I be seen and heard now?
Yep.
Ah, what a lucky group. That's pretty awesome.
We're
Is it
live.
backwards? Okay, we're live. Excellent. All right, well, we've had a few technical difficulties. Hopefully we won't have any more. We'll call the December 14th, 2020 regular council meeting to order. And first order of business, I'm just going to mix things up a little bit tonight, given it is our last meeting of 2020. Maybe most of us will be happy to see 2020 in the rear view, but there also has been a great deal of great things that have happened and a lot of people and projects to celebrate. So before we get started, I thought I'd just do a little bit of a recognition because of the last meeting of 2020. And obviously it's been a very challenging year on many fronts, but like I said, we have lots to be proud of in this past year and lots on the horizon for 2021 that everybody's obviously aware of. But I just would like to highlight our community's response to the pandemic with the low initial numbers, the gradual decline in positive cases in the recent days, but I can see today we're creeping up again. The hashtag Cochrane Together, great initiative that was put out by the communications department and now more than ever is more important. And the advocacy work that we were able to continue to do with the province and continue to build the relationships of optimism and looking forward to work beginning on an interchange, hopefully, in our not too distant future. And then obviously with the MSP funding to help support Council's priorities on Highway 1A, and of course the Jack Tennant Memorial Bridge opening in November. And I understand, Mr. Heineman, you have a video you'd like to share with us about the construction time lapse that you were a part. Well, actually, Drew, you were a big part of making this happen, so I'm happy you're able to share it with us tonight.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Jaylene, if you could help me with this, but what I wanted to share with council is that we worked with Mr. Bill Marsh throughout the construction of this project. We've worked with Bill on a number of different projects in the past. He is a fantastic photographer and also has the drone, which he utilizes throughout the construction. So we've been able, working with our communications group, to put together a video. This video is going to be shared tomorrow with the public, but we wanted to take an opportunity to celebrate one of the great things that we accomplished in 2020. So I'm not sure if the video is ready, Jay, but if we could play that for council, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
There's supposed to be some lovely music.
Yes.
Yeah, my apologies that there isn't music to this. Again, it's going to be shared tomorrow on our YouTube channel and all our social media, but again, it just provides some of the great images of our community and the work that was done for this really great project. Well, it's just over a minute and a half, and again, some of the additional pictures will come. Well, I can understand some people can hear the music, so good. Thank you. So that will be out on the YouTube channel tomorrow, as well as all of our social media. So just an opportunity to share that with council. And yeah, like I said, just one more of the great things that we were able to achieve in 2020. And as the mayor said, 2021, we're looking forward to delivering on more critical projects that are part of your key priorities. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Drew. And just as we're recognizing and maybe looking back at 2020, as the video kind of showed, there was many hands that helped create the bridge, but there was also many hands involved in just the efforts that were undertaken in our community over the past year. And the many staff who supported additional roles and responsibilities throughout the year, including assisting with food hamper deliveries, delivering required computer equipment to staff, homes, additional cleaning and sanitizing, those working in the emergency command center, and many, many more, obviously. And then those staff that transitioned to working from home, returned to the office and returned home again. Operational staff and emergency response staff who continue to provide service from town facilities throughout the pandemic. All managers who supported their staff throughout these challenging times. And then, of course, the senior leadership team who work collaboratively to guide the organization and community through these challenging times. And all town staff who ensured that residents continue to receive the same town services that they've come to appreciate. And specifically tonight, I would like to highlight those staff members that had to backfill or step up over the past few months, and specifically Drew. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for everything you've done. You went above, beyond, above, and then beyond again this year. It's been, I don't have to go over and over about the challenges and the COVID curveballs that we keep continuing to have to dodge or adapt to. Drew, you've put this community on your shoulders this year. I'm very proud of what you have done, and you should be very proud of the work that you've been able to achieve this year in the utmost strenuous and most difficult circumstances. And personally, I would just like to take a moment and say thank you for you, obviously in your interim role of CAO. Thank you, Drew. It's been a great year, so thank you for everything you've done. And I know when I said that I was going to say this about you, this is classic Drew. He said, it's a team, Jeff. It's not just me, it's a team. And Drew, that's one of the things that I admire most about you is that you lean on your team and that you're always willing to, you always want to put the team first and never stand up and take the accolades yourself. But tonight, I'd like to give them to you first, but also, you're right, you did have a great team in supporting you, and that in Ms. Lowe, Stacy Lowe, who was appointed Director of Emergency Management, the GM of Legislative and Protective Services. Sean Pauley, who was appointed Interim Fire Chief and Deputy Director of Emergency Management. And since today, I think it went public that he is our permanent Fire Chief. Congratulations to Sean. Mr. Mike Corman, who was appointed Planning Chief and Deputy Director of Emergency Management. He's the Manager of Business Development. Mr. Riley Weldon, who was appointed Acting GM of Development and Community Services, the Manager of Planning Services. Ray Predica, who was appointed Acting GM of Infrastructure Services and Capital. He's the Capital Projects Engineer. And finally, but not leastly, Ryan Stewart, Mr. Ryan Stewart, who was appointed Acting Manager of Planning Services. And his role is generally the Manager of Civil Land Development. And without all of those people, this year would have been a whole lot different. And I just wanted to take a moment at the beginning of tonight's meeting to say thank you. And it's been a challenging year, obviously, but my hopes for 2021 is that, and Drew and I talked about this earlier today, that our team is actually stronger going through, that we've all had backfill positions to step into or step up to. And I believe that the mileage that you've actually walked in another person's shoes is going to prove to be an experience that we can all become a stronger team from. So thank you. And again, I don't want to miss anybody. Catherine, you didn't backfill anybody's role, but Ms. Van Kijnpima, you were instrumental in support of the senior leadership team, obviously. So I wanted to highlight the backfilled positions, but I also would like to take the opportunity to thank all members of the senior leadership team. So thank you for that. And I see maybe it's a little bit off our beaten path, but if anybody would like to say a word or two at this point, Councillor Fedeko, you have your comment bar open.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, thanks to all senior leadership, thanks to all staff. It's been a trying year. Obviously, we all know that, but I did want to give a special thanks to Mr. Hyman. I think that, you know, he came into a role that he necessarily wasn't vying for or looking for, but he really rebuilt a whole lot of trust within our entire organization. And, you know, that I don't think there is not enough thanks for, Drew. So thank you for what you've done for our organization. I think that you've settled a lot of people. You've made a lot of people feel that they're supported, they're listened to. And for that, I just want to share my personal thanks for it, because without that, I think we would be in a much dire spot than what we are right now. So thank you for doing what you've done over the past 9 months. It's been tough on us all, but it certainly probably hasn't been easy on you. So kudos to you, and kudos to everybody else. And I know that that is the mayor's right, Drew. You always give thanks to everyone. So please pass it along down the line.
Yeah, I would like to say the same, Jeff. Drew, you did a great job this year to echo what Marnie and Mayor have said. You stepped up at a time when most people would have shied away. You kept your humor about it. You kept your disposition, and all the workings that I had the opportunity of being with you on the Cochrane Planning Commission, you shone in terms of those attributes and qualities. And for me, that's a real signature of a leader. And you did a great job. And I personally, as like Marty said, really appreciate it. So thank you.
Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, I think we could probably spend a whole council meeting recognizing the strength of our team that got us through. It's been a really tough year, and certainly not one that anybody signed up for. And so, Drew, thank you so much for your leadership of this team, and for our senior leadership team that's done so well. And just thanks to the whole organization that just very quietly and professionally delivered the community services that Cochrane needed to get us through to this point, through a year we weren't expecting. So I have so much respect for everybody that's given so much to our organization. And, you know, it's a great community, and thank you for leading it so well, Drew. Really appreciate it.
Okay, well, thank you guys, and appreciate you hanging in there for that those opening remarks. But I thought this unprecedented year called for an unprecedented ending. So with that, we will move into tonight's agenda. And the first thing on the agenda is the agenda. We have a motion to adopt the agenda.
Also move.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if I could make an amendment to the agenda.
What would you like to add?
Well, mostly I'd just like to move the item 5A, the borrowing bylaw, to just after the budget approval. I have some questions around there, and I feel they're in tandem, and so I'd like to discuss them.
5A behind the budget, so after 7A?
Yeah, 7B.
Okay, any discussion on that? No? Okay, we will move the correct bylaws to 5A becomes 7B.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess we need a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I'll move it as amended.
Councillor Reid, all those in favor? Carries, thank you. Adoption of the previous minutes. Councillor Fedeko, so moved. Okay, all those in favor of the minutes as they were presented? Carried, thank you. Bylaws are now gone. We're going to business. 6A, 2020 committee review. Flipping through here, I believe it's Ms. Knight coming to the podium. There you are.
This evening in your agenda package, you have the 2020 committee review report. Annually, my team works with all of your committees of council to review their terms of reference to ensure that they're still in line with the original intent. We've had these discussions with the chairs. I've attended some of the committee meetings myself to have these discussions further. There were a couple that were requiring revisions this year. Specifically, the library board terms of reference, they were looking to remove their non-voting youth members. That, from my understanding and discussions with the library board, was due to having some trouble recruiting for that position. It's been on our recruiting list for the last, I believe, 2 years, and not able to get a youth member on there. So at this point, the library board chair is requesting that that be removed from the terms of reference. And also your 2 task forces. So the task forces, when they were created with a December end date. And so although a significant amount of work is currently being done out of the recommendations coming from both the Economic Recovery Task Force and the Social Recovery Task Force, it is felt that due to where we are in the pandemic and the possibility that some emergent issues might arise, that we extend the deadline for these 2 task forces expiries to the end of June. This would allow for any additional meetings to be held on short notice, as there are no current meetings going on for these task forces because they are in implementation stage for the recommendations, but it would allow them to be called together very quickly, and that end date would again be revisited as we get closer to the end of June to determine if once again they need to be extended, or if we get into the early part of the year and council determines that these task forces have met the mandate you intended them to meet, that the terms of reference could be rescinded at that point, and those task force work would be concluded. So those are really the 3 major committees that we had changes for. There were a couple of minor changes for the FCSS Advisory Board, which we did not bring at this time. With the significant changes that have been happening down at FCSS this year, we wanted to give them the opportunity to have the FRN network begin their work to determine whether they felt there was some additional changes that would be required in the future. So we will be working with Ms. Krawick at FCSS to determine whether any changes to the advisory board terms of reference are required, and we can bring them at any point in the year for council's consideration when determinations are made by FCSS that perhaps the advisory board needs some revisions. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions you might have on the 3 terms of reference changes that we would like to implement under the procedural bylaw.
Okay, thank you for bringing that forward. Anyone like to make a motion? Councillor Flowers?
I'll make the motion. Recommended action that council amends Schedule C with the dates of the Economic and Social Recovery Task Force extended, as well as the terms of reference changed for the library.
Okay, any discussion or debate on that? Pretty straightforward. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you, Ms. Knight.
Great, thank you.
Kind of good segue into our next agenda item, which you're moving away from, and Ms. Babin is going to present.
Just going to quickly sanitize the podium
Yep.
because Ms. Babin is here in the ranch house this evening.
Those are the times we currently are thriving in.
I believe this is Karen's first time presenting to council. For those of you, there's a number of you who may know her
Oh,
well.
you're muted.
Oh, dang it. I hate when that happens. I believe a number of you may know Ms. Babin. She is part of the Legislative Services team, but I believe this is her first time presenting to council. So I'm happy to have her join you at the podium.
Good evening, welcome. I'm surprised it's your first time. Well, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Janung and Council. In your agenda package this evening is a report regarding appointments of public at-large members to the council committees that have members expiring December 31st, 2020. There are 4 committees that have members expiring this year: the Cochrane Library Board, Cochrane Planning Commission, Parks and Recreation Committee, and the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. There was an overwhelming response this year to the advertising for these committees. All of the applications received were submitted separately for Council to review in accordance with Section 17 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Administration is recommending that Council appoint members to the committees for a 3-year term effective January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2023, with the exception of the Cochrane Library Board. They have requested staggered terms of 1, 2, and 3 years effective January 1st, 2021, and then expiring December 31st in 2021, 2022, and 2023 to ensure continuity and knowledge transfer between their members. Prior to voting on the committee appointments, Council may wish to consider going in camera to review the applicant's qualifications and selection panel recommendations. Ballots were emailed separately to Council earlier, and voting will be conducted via email as we're meeting virtually. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Councillor Reid.
Yeah, just to, in terms of some of the committees are, in particular, I guess because the newest one is the rec board, are these terms, the reappointments to be staggered?
Some of the only committee that's going to have the staggered going into tonight is the library board. But with the 3-year terms for the remainder of the committees, that will ensure that there is staggering on that board, on that committee going forward.
Yeah, I guess my question is around the Park and Recs Committee. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 reappointments. I'm just wondering if it might be, I'll look to the chair of that, Tara, but it might be
Alex.
I'll be.
We should be back live.
We are back live.
Yes.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you for your patience. First of all, I want to thank everybody who has applied for all of these council committees. There was so many people. That's what's taken us so long. So that's a good problem to have, and appreciate all of the applicants taking the time to fill in the application form and put your name forward to serve on a town.
We are live. Please proceed, Devin.
Perfect. I'll start from the top. So I'm Devin LaFleche. I'll be providing the year 1 service update for COLT. And as I said, it's been a very unique year. So COLT has won 1 National Transportation Award and 2 International Design Awards. I'd like to give kudos to our communications team for their amazing design and rollout of the COLT service. We've also been featured at several national conferences and many more planned ahead. I'm also excited to announce that we've now introduced advertising services. You may have seen one of our COLT buses going around town, and if anyone's interested in advertising, we're using the local company Int Graphics. Get in touch with Arthur for any advertising inquiries. We've also signed a contract with Creative Outdoor Advertising for the supply, maintenance, and advertising services for bus stop infrastructure. So we're going to be starting with benches in the spring and then look at other infrastructure we can add, and they'll be covering the cost of that and then bringing a stream of revenue as well. We've also signed a contract with Monarch. You may have seen their products before for shelters. If you've been to Banff and seen any of the shelters there, they're the provider for that. They really do provide a high-end quality shelter that fits our COLT brand in the town of Cochrane. We're going to be looking at installing those at the Transit Innovation Hub, the new Protective Services Building, as well as SLS Family Sports Center in a partnership with them. And we're going to eventually be looking at other stops as well. So we've signed up with Monarch for a 5-year contract. We've also worked with FCSS and their team to develop a long-term solution for the car program. So right now, since COVID, we've been offering this COLT service for free for car program cardholders. Starting in January, though, it'll move to FCSS will do an assessment on a case-by-case basis. This will allow them more flexibility. They can really make that decision is what level do they subsidize at, and they can also use that car program funding for other means of transportation, taxis, shuttles, Rocky View Handy Bus. So it really opens up for them more options. For regional service, you might be aware, but we're operating an interim regional service, filling the gap when COVID hit. Southland's 40-foot regional on-it bus wasn't making sense, so we partnered with On-It to deliver this interim regional service that is based on a minimum number of passes being sold. So once we meet that threshold, we offer the service. For December, we've actually suspended service because we didn't meet that threshold. Likely for January as well, with the recent announcement out of the province, as well as our COVID numbers. So we're going to every month take an assessment, look is there demand there, and then look at running that service. And it's going to serve as a pilot for our future integrated local regional service I'm going to talk about later. For COVID-19, we've been able to limit capacities and really control that with our on-demand service. We control that there's no more than 6 strangers on the bus. We now also have mandatory masks on board. Compliance rate is at 100%. We haven't had any reported non-compliant passengers, which is great to see. We are handing out masks on board. If we do have a positive case with someone who's been riding transit or a driver, we have the ability to actually do contact tracing through our on-demand software, and then contact those individuals, have them self-isolate and get tested. As you know, we've offered the service for free for our 4 months from April to August to really help essential service workers in that real first wave peak of COVID to make sure that they could get to work. And we were able to adapt the service to, as demand dropped, we were able to reduce the number of vehicles hours on the road while still maintaining the same level of service. And this created operational savings that I'll go into. So for ridership, for our first year, we have some pretty key trends, I'll say, 2 ones that stand out. When we move from a free service to a paid service, we see a marginal decrease. And then the big one that stands out is COVID-19. COVID dropped our ridership to the lowest. It was a 74% drop. We've slowly built that back up during that free period. Then we saw that minor drop when we moved to a paid period. And then now from October to November, and I'll even kind of show you into December now, we've seen a bit of a drop again. So this is a more aggregated or granular level. You can see it a weekly ridership for passengers. That line, that yellow line you see there, that's showing our passenger or our vehicle hours per weekday. So prior to COVID, we had 40 hours per weekday. We shuffle buses around to meet our demand, but we work with these as our base service hours. When COVID hit, within that week, we were able to actually adjust the number of vehicle hours we have on the road. We went down to 28. We saw, hey, we still have a lot of buses waiting. We moved down to 20, so we cut our operations by 50%, still offering the same level of service. And then as we saw ridership grow, we added some hours back, added hours back again. Even at that, we were about to leave the free period, we had the option to bring back another driver. We figured we've seen a trend that when we move from free to paid, we're going to see a drop again, so we maintained, and then we've added back to 36. Trying to build back that ridership. Then our COVID numbers went up again. And just in the last 2 weeks, we've been able to reduce back down to 28 hours per weekday. And we're going to be monitoring this on a weekly basis and making those adjustments to meet that level of demand. So for first year ridership numbers, I know you've seen this when Mr. Weldon presented on the budget deliberations, but just to recap, we had over 33,000 passengers, 6% of them being children, 195 wheelchairs, and 165 bicycles. We only started offering bicycle rack service in the end of June when we had our full fleet of buses and we had some COVID-19 protocols in place. You'll see trip duration, that 14 minutes is the time it takes on average for a COLT trip, versus that 8.6 is the average time with Google Maps if you were to just drive yourself directly. So that 5.4 minute difference is it's a pretty good difference in time for using public transit. For our ride rating, we have 4.7 out of 5 stars. We've been able to maintain that. We have just under 6,000 registered users, an on-time performance of 96%. Busiest days are Tuesday and Fridays, but not by much of a margin. So looking at pre-COVID and then looking into October, just kind of an idea of where we're at with ridership. Weekday ridership, we had 171 passengers. We're down to 127. For our Saturdays that operate for 6 hours, from 42 passengers down to 34. For shared rides, from 73% down to 70%. Passengers per vehicle hour, 4.7 down to 3.5. So we've seen some shifts in a downward trend, and we're really trying to build that back up. For top stop destinations, I think it's no surprise that SLS Family Sports Center is at the top of the list. Then we have Quarry 8, which is right out front of the Emergency Care Center. Then we have Bow Valley High School, followed by on Center Ave, close to the Dollarama, Canadian Tire area. Then we have the library, our #1 ticket seller, Fireside School. Then we have by the Tim Hortons in West Valley. Then in Heartland, the first roundabout when you come into Heartland, the Boys and Girls / Lions Club. And then last we have Cochrane Heights High School. So we've seen high schools are really up in that list. A lot of usage is going on to bring students from school to after school programs at the rec center. We do have some students who are using COLT instead of their school busing, which we are doing a really education right now on that to make sure students aren't using that. We just couldn't support that many students using COLT instead of the big yellow buses. So we haven't moved to turning off stops or banning backpacks at certain times, but we are really focused on that education piece. This is a pretty neat video. It's going to just give you a time lapse of from when we launched to the end of that first year in October. It's drop-offs and pickups, so I'll let this play. So you can also see the slowdown from COVID in that video, and you get an idea that a lot of our outlying communities and new communities are really utilizing the COLT service to get into town, often to downtown or to the rec center. I know this slide has a lot of information on it, so I'll just try and pull out really the key elements. Our #1 fare type is cash. A lot of transit agencies are trying to move away from cash. Our community, when we did engagement, was adamant, 80% saying have cash as an option, and we see that they're using it. Coming into the new year, we're really going to try and focus on those app payments, getting more options in the app as well. Another thing to note is the addition of advertising. So we were delayed with COVID, but we now have Graphics offering us our advertising, 22% of the gross advertising, and that creates a new stream of revenue for us. So when we look at what we've pulled in from passes from October and our new advertising revenue, we're just under 40,000 and an average revenue of 6,276. For our budget, if we just look at our contracted operating cost, the way we designed COLT was with a fixed number of hours at a fixed price per hour. So we have a good control on our cost per month. So prior to COVID, we were running exactly where we would be. Then we had COVID, and we were able to adjust the number of vehicle hours to actually create those cost savings, right down to about 50% in May. And then what we've done is we've slowly added vehicles back, and even in December, you see I've made the adjustment, and we may adjust more to create those cost savings. This is really rare in the transit industry. As far as I know, we're the only transit agency in Canada that's projecting to come under budget. A lot are in a much different circumstances, I'm sure you're aware. What we look at it for the budget, our gross operating costs, $655,000. Materials, goods, and services, that's things like passes, memberships, COLT swag to build up ridership, and promotion. My role is not tied into there because I wear another hat as a municipal energy manager, so that's covered through a grant. For operational savings, that's those hours that we've cut back. So by cutting back those service hours, then we have a revenue as well at 40,000. That brings us to a net service cost of 482,000 roughly. And if we look at what we were, when we were first designing this service, and we kind of said, can we be under that 600,000 mark or under? We're 20% under that 600,000 mark during a COVID year for transit, which is, we're getting calls from all over. I have a meeting with Ireland on Friday, so there's definitely a lot of interest in our service. What's next for COLT though? One of the most exciting things is our local regional service integration, looking at this as kind of a post-COVID world where people are commuting back and forth from Calgary, schools are back open. But the idea is to replace on its current system where they have these regional buses running around doing a milk run, they run into Calgary and they come back empty. Most of the trip is actually spent picking people up. So we're now looking at these 4 peak COLT fixed routes that would connect people to our new transit hub. I've been able to sit in on the design of the transit hub, and I have to say, I think it'll function very well as a gateway for Cochrane. The way we're going to fund these fixed routes is actually having Southland fund 3 of them, because we're replacing the 3 routes they already have with a COLT bus feeding in, and then having one of our on-demand buses changed to a fixed route as well. What this allows for us is that people can actually use this for local transit as well. So I'll show the routes next, but they'll be able to take one of our fixed routes, connect to the transit hub and connect on another route, or connect into Calgary on the following route. So we're looking at 6 trips per day from the transit hub to the Brentwood LRT station / University of Calgary. You may be wondering, why Brentwood? Why not Tuscany? Why not Crowfoot? Well, we actually worked very hard with Calgary Transit on this to find, well, where is the best place for us to meet in tie into their system? Brentwood made the most sense because it's saving a transfer for the University of Calgary students. They don't have to, they can actually opt out of their UPass for the University of Calgary. And then they also, if you're not a student, you also get the option of connecting into their Max BRT or Bus Rapid Transit line, which can connect you to all the different quadrants in Calgary. And you're not hopping on Crowfoot and taking it one extra stop to do that transfer. So we go a bit further in, but it's actually an easy, we've been testing it with our interim service. It's really just adding 4 minutes onto the trip. So it's very quick in and out. We're going to break that out to being its own trip, those 6 trips per day, 3 in the AM, 3 in the PM, and maybe 1 in the midday. We're also looking at 4 trips from the transit hub to SAIT and downtown, as well as 4 trips from the Foothills Hospital in downtown, as well as a potential for a route to Banff in the summer. We're working with Morley on this as well because they're looking at a regional service connecting to Cochrane and Canmore, so we may be able to actually just tie in with that. For local fixed routes, this is kind of our top contender. We've been working with Southland on this to design these different routes. I wish my cursor was showing up, but the green route's kind of our route 1. If we were to do a scaled approach, we'd start with this one, just the demand we're already seeing for this. It connects from, right now it's at our temporary transit hub, the old KFC site. That'll shift to 360 Railway Street, right across from the public library. And all these routes are under 30 minutes. They're all around 25, 27 minutes. What we have is they connect. The first route goes to SLS Family Sports Center, runs through Riversong into Fireside, then back to the hub. Then we have the second, the red route, running into East End, coming back through. People in the East End can hop off and go to either our temporary hub or eventually take that railway pedestrian crossing to get to the transit hub that way. And then it runs into Glenbow and then into Riverview. The next option we have is running into Sunset and then into Heritage Hills and Heartland. Then our orange option runs into West Valley, West Terrace, then comes by the hotels there. So if you are traveling to Cochrane, you could take transit the entire way. Then we have it going into past Bow Meadows, Jumping Pond, and then coming back to the transit hub as well. For Glen Eagles, we have the On It bus that'll be running through there. People will be able to hop on that and just go right into Calgary, or they'll be able to take it when it's returning and be able to get to the hub using that On It bus. It's kind of a tie-in with our local transit service. It really just saves us running an extra local bus that would actually be, it wasn't working very well. We are working with these routes. That actually kind of moves to my next point. What else do we have next? It's a community engagement for the local and regional transit integration, working with Southland on that to do a lot of the advertising through them. We're also looking at mobile monthly passes, so getting the monthly passes, books of 10, that you can use them in the app. We're really trying to combat the Netflix problem where 10 people use one pass. That's what we're trying to make sure Rideco can solve. We also have working with Melissa and the Equity Inclusion Committee on a universal design standard for our transit stops, so that when we do upgrades, we meet a certain standard to make them accessible for all Cochrane residents and visitors. We're also looking at testing additional service hours. So as we add these fixed routes, they add more revenue. We're shifting, we have some extra hours. We can actually look at adding more hours, late Friday and Saturday night for Sunday service. So that's what we'll be looking at as well. And as always, we're going to be focused on increasing ridership, reducing costs, and adapting to the dynamic needs of Cochrane. Administration recommends that council accept this presentation as information. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Mr. LaFleche, you never cease to amaze on the amount of detail that you can deliver in a short presentation. So thank you for that. I see Councillor Reid is up first for a question. Councillor Reid.
Yeah, just to say, I would make the motion as it relates to accepting a COLT presentation for information, and then a compliment and then a question. That just, I think that this has been a great addition to our community, and much to your leadership, and I'm really grateful for that. So are we to understand that the on-demand will be supplemented by fixed routes? And if so, is that been costed out in terms of a budget, or is that just an idea right now?
Not so much that it's going to be supplementing the on-demand service, but it will be adding to it. So really helping deal with that peak demand that we're having. It'll add reliability to, if you're a commuter, you're really going to want a bus. I know it goes by my house at 7 a.m. I hop on it, I'm at the hub for 7:20, and I'm leaving to Calgary for 7:30, and you can plan your whole year by that. We're actually looking at them as kind of separate services. We do have that agreement with Southland for kind of our base service hours. That's $6.55. They're adding this as an additional service. They're going to help us add these fixed routes. We're going to have an integrated fare or separate fare, so we are getting revenue on that side. So it does add to the revenue we have for COLT, but it's not something that we're seeing as these fixed routes are going to offset the cost of the on-demand service, if that makes sense.
Sir, thank you for that. And just to be clear then, so I guess my question more specifically, Devin, is will this increase the deficit as it relates to COLT? So I think we're budgeting for, is it $500,000 deficit each year, and will this add to that deficit?
No, so we are budgeting for a deficit of around that. Over the 5-year pilot, it's $551,000 on average as we build up ridership. As we see this year, we've come way under that at that 498. So what this will do is actually, it won't be off subsidizing, but what it will do is add extra buses to the road. That'll increase revenue for us. So yes, it will take away from that deficit. It adds revenue to the service, really, without adding extra cost. So it doesn't add a cost, it just adds additional vehicles, adding revenue, adding service options. Seniors, they seem to really prefer a fixed route. We've actually tried to tie that East End in to make sure that they have that option as well.
Okay, so it doesn't add to the deficit. That's what the answer is.
No, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor Federico.
Thanks, Devin. Honestly, you give the most in-depth presentation every single time that I hear you speak or present, or even have somebody else present on your behalf. It's always great. The one concern that I always have is the people that say that, they try the app, it's just not working. They are constantly told that there is just no service, or they have to wait, or it's just booked up for months at a time. Can you give any comment to those people as to what is happening in that regard? And I do know that at one point it was encouraged for people to contact Southland directly rather than the town. What are your thoughts on where that is going?
So yeah, first to your first point, with the on-demand service, we do have those periods where, I'll give you an example. When schools come back into session, I have that issue around that 8 to 8:30, people are getting a failed search due to high demand. It's why one of the reasons we're looking at adding in those fixed routes. On-demand is great for when we looked at the service as never on-demand forever of it, but it's great for when we need to figure out what is our demand. If Cochrane's demand was super low, we could just take buses off the road. as far as RideCo's told me, we're the most popular on-demand service in Canada that they work with. So, and just seeing our numbers, we are one of the most popular. So we're just seeing a lot of demand. We could scale up and add a ton more buses to the road, add a lot of cost. Instead, we're looking at moving those buses more strategically, and then adding these fixed routes is going to be a great solution to just getting that failed search down. But it is one of those things, especially when we have COVID, and you saw where I was adjusting those vehicle hours. When I'm running it at half service and then the ridership goes up that week, there's still that delay. We're way quicker than any other transit service, but there's still a lag where demand has gone up, and I still have to add one more bus and get Southland to hire that driver back. On the second point, so we still, the way that people contact COLT is through the web page when they do an FAQ or the, hey, I have a comment or I want to contact someone, that goes directly to me. That'll be a Devon comment. When they want to do bookings or they call the call center, that's done through Southland. It just adds way more. We have a dedicated call center, right? So they've taken a lot more questions and they're booking. They're not doing a lot of booking. They're doing a ton of just taking questions. And then when something's very specific and they're looking for, let's say, a Devon answer, they'll send it off to me. So I think it's working well to have the Southland fields the questions. And if things are very detail oriented, then they'll reach out to me. So.
I just want to make a couple comments. I want to be very careful with the fact that, you know what, I agree. I read many comments where people say that we need direct routes, right? Because obviously they're frustrated. They're frustrated. They look for busing and there is no busing, or they can't find it, or they can't get on the app. So I understand the need for fixed routes. Just, I also understand that we're in COVID and who knows exactly where those numbers are going to go. I am also on FCSS, so I deal with the car program. I'm on the Rocky View Handy Bus Committee, so I understand their needs. I'm on a bunch of committees that all have transportation at their heart, but it is difficult to kind of navigate these waters. I just don't want to see us open up a bunch of fixed route service and not have the ridership to be able to support that. Because at the end of the day, people in the community see buses running around and there's nobody on them. And that is where we just can't go. We can't spend that money. We can't spend taxpayer money willy-nilly right now, especially not right now, I don't feel. When we're in COVID times, we need to be very, very careful. So I would look to you to make sure that is handled very, very prudently, that people aren't trying to navigate the app and they just can't get service. That's not good. That makes people discouraged from using it. I want to find a way to work with Rocky View Handy Bus, to work with the car program, and to ultimately work with Rocky View Schools. Because let's face it, if we can take kind of all three of those transportation needs off our plate, it opens up a whole different conversation for where COLT could go and grow, right? So I just don't necessarily feel that we should be putting a bunch of money into offering fixed routes without making sure that we aren't addressing some of those issues that already exist, because else we're just running buses with nobody on them, which is not where I want to go, and it's not the face where I want to be a part of.
Mr. LaFlèche, what I heard you say about the fixed routes, though, was that would be a revenue, and you're not going to dive into that and hope for users. It's more of a proven ridership first.
Yes. So to Varney's point, we don't want to go that route. It was that kind of when we had the fixed route option before, that 1.5 million with a very high ridership assumption. That one was trying to do the same coverage. We're not trying to do that same coverage. Our idea is to have, even when we look at kind of COVID's pushed us to starting this in a very incremental fashion. So first that green line, that'll likely be our first. We know that we have a lot of ridership from Riversong into Calgary. So we'll work with Southland to make sure, is it viable? Run that, make sure that there's ridership. If there's not, we can remove that route and service that area with an on-demand bus. Even with on-demand, we've talked about quadrants. The real thing holding us back is somewhere warm and safe for people to wait. So once we have that transit hub, we can look at midday. So fixed routes, those won't be running all day either. They'll just be running while we have those commuter buses running into Calgary. So we're looking at 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. and then 3:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. We might actually have a later bus. Just hearing from Calgary riders, they may want to leave at 7. The big issue that they have is with the current on-it bus, they all have to leave around the exact same time, about 4:45, and there's no flexibility, and they have to be on the exact same bus because they're going back to that one area of the community. What this will do is we'll have the ridership through the regional service, and then we'll be adding more availability for local users so they can use on-demand or a fixed route. If you're too far from a fixed route and you just want an on-demand bus, you can book it for that, but it will recommend Hayes a fixed route option as well. So again, yes, it's with Southland paying for 3 of the 4 routes is not adding a cost, it's actually adding more revenue, and we're not looking at adding a new bus, we're changing one of our on-demand buses to a fixed route for that peak period.
Yeah, okay, and I'm not trying to dispel any of what Councillor Padeco is saying. I've heard a lot of the same comments, so I'm glad she's raising them tonight. Just daylighting those so that we're all, just facing this head on. It's good. Thank you for your comments. Councillor Padeco, do you have another question or comment?
No, I just wanted to say that if there's anybody probably watching out for what this looks like, it's probably Devin. So thank you, Devin. I know you work hard on bringing this information forward and making sure it's factual. So thank you for that. Again, it just comes down to cost savings right now. We're obviously under a tight financial restraint, especially with COVID and what that looks like going forward. So I appreciate the fact that you're willing to dig deep and not increase anything unless it's absolutely required and in which way it's required. So thank you for that. I do appreciate the information you bring forward. It's always very, very factual. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Padeco. Councillor Flowers.
Thank you, Devin, for your presentation. Very informative as usual. What I love about this service is how you keep adapting it and changing it to meet the needs of the community. And God knows it's changed a lot over the last year. So thank you for that, and keeping track of all the statistics and the changing times that we're facing right now. I'm really excited about you looking at Morley and seeing if we can get a bus going from there back and forth. That'll make such a difference to both communities. The one thing I was concerned about is I didn't know your wages were coming out of a different grant. I hope it's a very secure grant that's going to be there for quite some time, is it?
It's for 2020 and 2021. Then that's the end of that grant. And then that's been, I believe, factored into the budget there for the following.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thanks for all your hard work.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Flowers. Councillor McFadden, you have a question?
Yeah, I did. First of all, kudos, Devin. It's well earned that you're getting phone calls from around the world to talk about the innovation, and I think this is who Cochrane wants to be. We want to be innovators and leaders in finding new ways to do things. So thanks for being an example of that. And my colleagues asked a lot of the questions that I had. What I did want to see or get an update on is where we're at on the marketing. I did see one of the buses drive by with advertising on the back end. And I know you were waiting to bring that on until the COLT brand was strong enough. But where are we at in the marketing? How much revenue are we thinking that might be bringing in?
So right now it's been a bit slower as expected with COVID-19. It's been growing. I have to pull up the numbers. I know that there's still quite a bit of space available. Arthur from Graphics doing a phenomenal job, though. We had a lot of people. We're still going to grow into 2021. What we've seen, though, is a lot of restaurants were looking to advertise on the back of buses and in buses. And then they've all kind of said, well, with the restrictions in place, we're going to have to delay. So there's a lot of demand. Arthur's done a great job of trying to make sure that it's a variety of advertisers too. We're not just putting all the same person on the back of every bus, giving some fair share and making sure that it's being cycled correctly. So definitely it's been a slower start. I'd have to look at, there's still quite a bit of space. I'd have to pull up the report, but it's something that we're seeing that continual growth, and we're continuing to get questions. And it was just unfortunate to have so many people back out as a restaurant.
Okay, yeah, and that totally makes sense. And then in reaction to or response to the recent, COVID restrictions and the shutdown over the next month, we're still going to be providing ridership through that time, just reduced hours, or what's the approach?
So not reduced hours, we would just reduce the number of vehicles on the road. So as ridership goes down, we just pull-off buses. So right now we're kind of doing one from 6 to 8 a.m. and then going to 2, and then we have 3 during the midday. And then the idea is, again, we break down to 2 and then 1 at the very last hour of the day. So we adjust that. That's what we've been using for this past 2 weeks. It's been working well. But again, with COVID, ridership's been changing. It's not as uniform as it was before. So it's really taking us the ability to adapt and being considerate for driver schedules, laying someone off and hiring them back on. There's an impact there as well.
Right. And then, as we're adapting and the constant cleaning and you're still spacing people out on the buses and the cleaning is continuing.
Yep. Yeah, and we also still have masks from the province that we're handing out on buses. Again, most people are bringing their own, but we're providing that, and compliance has been phenomenal.
Okay. Yeah, and excellent. Great job. I'm so very proud of the transit initiative, and you've done a great job, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McFadden. Councillor Federico, back to you.
There we go. When it comes to the advertising portion, I know from kind of a private sector portion that they were really encouraging people to, rather than taking advertising on the back of the bus or trying to make this all-encompassing package, which in some cases I don't necessarily know is really positive. I think that there would be a lot more people interested in advertising right now, but I think you have to be flexible. So you can't necessarily have one status quo package encompassing back of bus advertising, inside bus advertising. You know what? Now we might need to be creative. Just like every other industry or every other organization or business out there, I think maybe it's time to revisit that and what that really looks like, because I know some businesses personally were put off that it really had to be an all-encompassing package to be on the back of bus advertising, which maybe worked then, maybe it doesn't work now, right? So maybe it's just a note to take back to Arthur to relook at the advertising portion and how we can fill up the buses, because obviously the more people that advertise reduces the town's cost. So, but you have to make it fair for everybody across the board.
Noted. I'll bring that to infographics.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Always impressed with the presentations, Devin, the amount of data that you can get from per trip, per week, per month ridership. It's very impressive. Thank you for all that. One thing you said that I wanted to hear a little bit more about was when we were talking about the operational deficits, where the first 5-year pilots, we were expecting to be at about 550,000 or under an operational deficit. So I was curious about that, because when I hear this year that we came in at below 500,000, which a more challenging year you're unlikely ever to find. So that was completely expected for me. I was surprised to hear that it wouldn't be going the other direction, as we assume demand will increase in the coming years. I was just hoping you could touch on that.
Yeah, just maybe I guess you're trying to understand, or maybe you can clarify. I'm sorry, Emma.
Yeah, just that we expect operational deficits to remain the same or get even higher in the coming years as demand increases. That caught me as somewhat surprising. That's counterintuitive. I thought it would have been going the other way. So. Oh
yeah, understood. Okay, perfect. Yes. So the way that we're able to control that is by our fixed cost. With that hourly rate, we're able to predict and adjust. And we've always kind of looked at this partnership for the fixed routes as a way of adding more service without adding cost, right? So it's a great way of being able to tie in a regional service and a solution that doesn't add cost to our service. So that's the kind of the beauty of the fixed route service, is that when you have low demand, we could adjust for that. Even when we designed the service, the idea was if ridership wasn't there, it was from day one. But if it was not, then we could just look at taking these vehicle hours and spread them longer. So we just offer more service. If it was one bus running from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., we had that option. It was just all dependent on what ridership was. And the models we're getting from big cities are very hard to tell what a small town community is going to have for demand. Even when we look at Okotoks, Calgary, some of their areas, they're not seeing the demand that they thought, or it's different than what we're seeing. So.
Okay, thank you. So if I understand, right now, the service levels are lower because the ridership volume is lower. In coming years, if we were to say next year double our amount of trip traffic that we did from 2020, we'll be employing a higher level of service, including going to Calgary on some of those, and that's why the operational costs will match 2020.
Yes, and another reason is if we see a very, very high ridership, we'll add a fixed route, and then we'll be able to. We're looking for demand quarters with the on-demand service. So we're just looking to find if there's people that every day we're just seeing lots and lots of demand. Unfortunately, we're seeing a lot for schools, and there's school bus routes for that. So we can't go and offer that to take half the kids' ages. I think it was 10 to 15. It was like 80 COLT buses. So there's a reason we can't duplicate on that. But we're looking for actual demand patterns. COVID has really, as a data person, I had a lot of great plans for what I do with the data. COVID had not given me the year I was expecting. So some of the things I was going to compare it to, weather, holidays, there was a lot of factors we were looking at. We're not able to do that. So.
Right. Yes. Everybody understands that. The only other question I had here was you mentioned a 2-year operations grant. I just hoping you could touch on that again. Are we in jeopardy of losing operational funding that is going to spike our operations upcoming? Did I hear that right?
No. So that was to my role as the municipal energy manager. Well, we were looking at some other projects tied into my role with the sustainability and transit coordinator. I was able to find a grant that worked towards that. It's been secured. We've actually received payment for 2021, so we have that funds already. So it's just one of those things that for a transit coordinator, we don't have a cost associated with that because it falls into this municipal energy manager or sustainability coordinator is what we're calling it.
Understood. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, I don't see any other questions or comments. Thank you so much, Devin, for your presentation. As everybody has said, great detail. Look forward to hopefully a better year in 2021 to give you some raw, real life data that isn't, covered in COVID, I guess, is what, I won't go any further into that. We'll just there's so many alliterations that go with COLT and COVID. I'll just leave it alone. So thank you for that. I can't recall if anyone actually put a motion on the floor. That was you, Councillor Reid? You did? Okay. And that was to accept for information. So thank you, Devin. I'll call the question. All those in favor of receiving his information? And that carries. Thank you, sir. We will move on to 6D, and that is the CMRB update from Mr. Weldon.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Janung. Just give me 1 second. I am going to get my presentation ready here.
I love your background.
Yeah, I noticed that as well.
I'm glad I got my glasses on tonight.
Yeah. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, yes, thanks very much, Mayor Janung and members of council. I'd like to present just a brief update on the CMRB, which is the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board. Just an outline of what I'm going to be discussing tonight. I will be providing an overview of the CMRB, and that might just be for the benefit of some of the residents that might not be familiar with the CMRB, or perhaps some members of council that just need a bit of a refresher on what the board is. I'll talk about the interim growth plan very briefly, as well as the IREF, or the evaluation framework that's in place to evaluate the plans for the region. I'll talk a bit about the growth plan and servicing plan itself, Cochrane's involvement, as well as the current status of the growth plan. And then I'm going to finish just speaking briefly about Rocky View County's municipal development plan. So we'll just start with some background of the CMRB. So in 2017, the province drafted regulation, and that was through the Municipal Government Act, that actually mandated the formation of the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board. That came into effect on January 1st, 2018. And I think it was really a recognition by the province for the importance of regional cooperation and planning, and the recognition that an integrated and strategic approach to planning for future growth at the regional scale, and that's mainly through the coordination of infrastructure, servicing, and land use, would address efficient and cost-effective growth development and ultimately maximize the benefit for the Calgary region itself. So the formation of the board consisted of 10 municipalities, and that's elected officials from 10 member municipalities, and those are on the screen. And they are the elected officials, mainly the mayors and reeves of these municipalities. The board does also have a chair that leads the meetings, and the board is supported by 5 administrative staff. The board is also founded on values of collaboration, respect, innovation, diversity, and good governance. This is a map of the Calgary Metropolitan region itself. As you can see, all the member municipalities, the City of Airdrie, City of Calgary, of course Cochrane, the town of Chestermere, the town of Strathmore, town of Okotoks, as well as the town of High River, and then our rural municipality partners, Rocky View County, Foothills County, and a portion of Wheatland County, not Wheatland County in its entirety, just the portion that surrounds Wheatland County, or sorry, surrounds Strathmore, excuse me, and borders onto Calgary. The mandate of the board, and this is actually in the regulation itself, was to support the long-term sustainability of the Calgary Metropolitan region. And that's by ensuring environmental responsible land use planning, growth management, and efficient use of land, developing policies regarding the coordination of regional infrastructure investment and service delivery, promoting the economic well-being and competitiveness of the Calgary Metropolitan region, and developing policies outlining how the board will engage in public consultation. And that was right out of the regulation itself. To do that, the CMRB created 3 committees, and that was to help with its primary mandate of developing a regional growth plan and regional servicing plan. So the board has 3 active committees. They are made up of elected officials as well from each of the member municipalities. They are the advocacy committee that is concentrating on the educational and outreach strategies that advance the goals of the board itself, and that's focused primarily on the different levels of government, including the provincial government and the federal government. The Land Use and Servicing Committee, and their primary function is to guide the preparation of the growth plan and the servicing plan. And then the Governance Committee that involves the governance of the board, operations, financial, and budgeting, as well as HR matters. Underneath the elected officials, the board itself, and the 3 different committees is the technical advisory groups and the subcommittees. So this is the administrative folks that are the advisors to each of the different committees. And there's a number of different subcommittees and technical advisory groups that support each of the different committees. The interim growth plan, so the mandate of the board was to develop a growth plan for the region. It was mandated to do this within 3 years. So given that length of time, the board, its first order of business was to determine how it would manage growth in the interim. And so it developed an interim growth plan that is currently in place. And it also developed an evaluation framework on how to make decisions on plans, and that's statutory plans such as municipal development plans and area structure plans that are brought forward by the different member municipalities during this time. And so that framework is in place currently. For the town of Cochrane, our planning services group are the ones that review these different plans, these IREFs as they're called, that get referred to the town for our review and consideration. And then we do provide comments back to the board administration, who ultimately makes a decision on the different plans in the interim. Oh, I'd just like to, before moving on, I'd just like to say that to date, the different plans in 2019, there was 8 different IREF applications, so 8 different either area structure plans or amendments to an MDP or an ASP. And in 2020, we've had 11 to date as well. Now, in order to fulfill the board's mandate and meet the CMRB regulation, the board is preparing a growth and servicing plan, the purpose of which is to provide policy direction and guidance to the member municipalities on regionally significant topics. And those are land use, residential, commercial, and industrial, corridors for transportation, recreation, energy transmission, utilities and transit, water quality, water use and water management, including flood mitigation, and environmental sustainability and the conservation of agricultural lands. To do this, the board hired a consultant, and that was in 2019, HDR Calthorpe. And since 2019, this consultant has been working very closely with the board, as well as the different committees, specifically the Land Use Committee, and the land use TAG groups and administration to develop and create the regional plan. Now, Cochrane's involvement in the CMRB, it can be broken into 2 broad categories, and that is our elected officials and our administration. This table shows our elected officials' involvement with the CMRB, and that's the board itself. It did start off with monthly meetings. That has been ramped up as of late and will continue into 2021 to be bi-weekly. That is in relation to the work that the board is currently doing, which I'll get to in a second, and needing to meet a deadline for the growth plan. Mayor Janung has been a part of that board. There's also a designated alternate from the town of Cochrane. I believe that is Councillor McFadden, as well as support from the different departments within the town. The Land Use and Servicing Committee, much like the board itself, was meeting monthly. That has now changed to bi-weekly. That is also Mayor Janung. He's our representative. And as well as the alternate, Councillor McFadden, and support from specifically Development and Community Services. We also, Mayor Janung also sits on the Governance Committee that meets, I believe, is bi-monthly. He has support from Legislative and Protective Services, as well as our Strategy and Intergovernmental staff. And as well, just add in that currently the CMRB has an agenda review that is also Mayor Janung, who's the vice chair of that group. And currently the board is recruiting for a new chair. And Mayor Janung is also the representative from Cochrane, who is also vice chairing that group too. Switching to administration, again, that's the technical advisory groups or TAGs and subcommittees. The town does have representation on different TAGs and subcommittees, specifically the land use TAG, which is meeting bi-weekly, is Development and Community Services and backed up by Planning Services. There's also a number of different policy workshops that has been going on over the past months as the growth plan has been advancing. That is switching now, and it has switched to almost weekly meetings starting in November. And so the involvement from our staff has been quite significant and ramped up here as of late. Also, communication and engagement. This meeting frequency is as needed, but it has been as of late as there has been some public engagement from the board itself on the growth plan, and our involvement has been from our strategy and intergovernmental staff, backed up by Development and Community Services. And we also have had representation on the water table tag, recreation servicing tag, and you just heard from Devin, our transit subcommittee as well. And Devin was our representative on that tag as well. Now, just to talk about the current status of the growth plan, and that has been the primary priority of the board here for the last couple of years, really since its start in 2018, but more so this year in particular, as well as last year. The board has been, and the land use committee and tags have been extremely busy preparing different background reports and studies. This includes service delivery models, transportation studies, studies on agricultural lands, recreation, transit, and data sharing. Recently over the summer and recently again here this fall, there's been public engagement through surveys, which council I think was aware of through some of the updates that Mayor Janung had provided. And then as of late, we've been doing a lot of meetings and having some workshops on growth policy development as the growth plan has been advancing. And so that has been a lot of the work that has been going on, especially this past year. And the meetings, unfortunately, have had to turn from meeting in person into online, of course, but they have not slowed down by any stretch. Given the work that has been happening, it became apparent this summer that the board was not going to meet the March 1st deadline for the regional growth plan, the December 31st deadline, which was mandated through the regulation. And so the board did ask the Minister of Municipal Affairs with the province for an extension, and that extension was granted, and that was to March 1st, 2020. So I did mention that extended it only by a couple of months, and so there has been an increased need to have additional board meetings and committee meetings and tag meetings in consultation with the consultant in order to meet this March 1st deadline, and that's going to continue into 2021. And the ongoing work will be further work on that policy refinement for the growth plan, and then ultimately will result in a draft plan here, likely either January or early February in, I'm guessing, in 2021. I'm going to switch and just briefly speak about a couple of specific referrals that the Town of Cochrane did receive through the Regional Evaluation Framework process, and that's the interim, or IREF. That was the Town of Okotoks MDP. They have since received CMRB approval. It was referred to the Town of Cochrane. We did receive a formal referral from Rocky View County on their municipal development plan. Their municipal development plan has been given first reading, and their public hearing is scheduled for January 12, 2021. Town administration has provided comments back to Rocky View County, And their next step after the public hearing will be to submit their municipal development plan to the CMRB administration for the IREF process. Cochrane's position for both the Okotoks MDP as well as the Rocky View County MDP is that we believe that the MDPs should not advance until the regional growth plan is complete. We're only 2 months away from the completion of that growth plan and submitted to the minister. And that after that growth plan is complete and drafted and submitted, that there is a demonstrated alignment and consistency between the plans, and that being the regional growth plan itself and the MDP. And those comments have been provided to Rocky View County as part of our comment package that we sent back to them in November. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that that council may have. And the recommended action for council tonight is to accept the presentation and report as information.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Weldon. That was lots of information. Get a little bit of feedback there. So we have an open mic. Maybe it was the podium. Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Riley. There was two reasons to put this on the agenda tonight. One, to refamiliarize ourselves with the process and kind of understand what's going on, for the reason being that in the new year, obviously, as Riley has pointed out, the growth plan needs to be in front of the province by March 1st. So I would like to be comfortable as our representative with council's view on what the preferred scenario may end up looking like, or what the growth plan, as we're in the final stages, so that we can imprint Cochrane's view on that. So I feel I've represented our views fairly well to date, but as we get into the final hours of this, I would expect that maybe in January or late January, Mr. Weldon, we could come back to council maybe at a strat session and go through what that scenario is actually going to look like and what the implications of some of the things that are in there would be on Cochrane or the region. So that was the first thing. And the second thing is just so that council is aware of the time commitment that's been not just mine. I think, and I understand how important this is, so we've been putting a lot of resources to it, but it's also not been really at our choice. It's something we've been mandated to do by the province, but just the last 3 weeks, I've personally put 25 hours of meeting time into the CMRB, and that's not including prep time for those meetings. Those are in virtual meetings. So, and as Mr. Weldon has said, it's ramped up here, and it doesn't look like it's going to ease off until at least we deliver that plan. So, but it's not just my time. And as Riley has pointed out, the amount of staff time behind the scenes to help me prepare for meetings, understand some of the regional context and the planning and details and the technicalities of everything that's being discussed. Really lean heavily on our administration for that, and they've been doing a great job. But it's been a lot of work, and we're talking at the next meeting specifically about the time crunch we're under to try and get this plan through to the finish line, and what it is that we can do to within COVID. So it's been a long haul and a lot of work. So kudos, Riley, to you and your team and everybody who's doing all the heavy lifting behind the scenes. Those tag groups are really who is creating the growth plan. The electeds kind of, we vote on it, but we really rely heavily on our administration. So thank you. Councillor McFadden, you're first up in the queue for a question.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. It's not something we talk about often, the regional planning, but it's so important for Cochrane's shared vision of what we want our community to look like how we want to integrate how we want to remain a distinct and unique community. It's so important. And of course, all these partnerships working with the region, how we provide sewer and water and transportation in the most economical way. So it's so important. We don't really talk about it enough. So thank you for the work. I think Cochrane's voice has been well represented, and I think we're very clear on what the win is for Cochrane. I think that's understood. But my question really was around that resourcing that's being put to it and the number of hours, and I just wanted to really understand it. You'd spoken to that, but I mean, how much time in a week is put to this work right now, the regional work, from a staff perspective?
Through Mayor Janung to Councillor McFadden, I don't necessarily have an hour. It is a lot of work that is concentrated on reviewing the different. There's a couple different aspects. It's the periodic IREF evaluations, which are the applications that come forward in the interim from the different municipalities. Our planning services staff do review those as they come in. Those are fairly periodic, though, as we've had 11 this year, for example. But the work on the tags, there is quite a bit. There's time that's needed to review all of the materials that's sent in advance of the meetings itself. That does fall to staff and myself to do that. And then it's the time in the tag meetings itself, and I'm just saying for the land use tags. There are other staff that participate in the other technical advisory groups. So it is quite a bit of time and effort that's put in for these meetings, for sure. I don't have the actual hour calculation though on a per week basis.
Yeah, because I know when I was involved more closely with it, the tags were doing that work. There was the prep time to evaluate it and to work with the elected officials. Like Mayor Janung was good enough to invite me to those meetings to prep, to make sure that he, as our elected official, kind of understood all the intricacies. But it's probably safe to say, 8 hours a week of staff time is going into supporting this right now?
Yeah, I think that's fair. If you balance it out over the week, yeah.
And between, and I know the work's getting done, and I appreciate that, but I just wanted to highlight that for council that, as we're looking at things and moving ahead, we need to make sure that we're resourcing properly because our expectations are high. And you have a 40-hour work week, and a quarter of that has now been designated regional planning, which is important. But anyhow, I really am starting to feel that we need to make sure that we're staffing appropriately for what our expectations are. And I know you've been meeting it, but this is important work, and I don't think it's going to wrap up and end if the plan's accepted in March. So I think we need to make sure that we're staffing that, and so it'll just be something that I'll be aware of. I just wanted to recognize and have an idea in my own head how much time we are focusing on this. I think it's needed, but at a point, I think council really should evaluate, make sure that we have the right, that we're providing the correct number of resources to this. So anyhow, thank you.
I would add to Mr. Weldon's comments that we have huddled up strategically behind the scenes, and we kind of have been approaching this differently than most other communities. Most communities send, not all, but most send staff to a lot of these meetings. What we've been doing is doing the pre-meetings that you mentioned, where we go through the agenda, we divide and conquer, we decide who's the best, most appropriate use of our admin time for that particular agenda. And then if there's nothing and I feel confident in all of the agenda items, I go by myself. Virtual meetings have actually made it a little bit easier, where I rely on Mr. Weldon to be kind of in the background, and I can text him, or we run our Teams meeting on the side of a Zoom call, so that I've got 2 virtual meetings going, one that we have muted so that Riley's listening in and he can quarterback some of the technical terms and help me out with that stuff. But I have been pretty proud of how we've approached this. There's a lot of municipalities that are, City of Calgary has a lot more, obviously, resources than we do, and they've got 2 or 3 planners in the room all the time. And then they've got 2 councillors there and the mayor with their staffs also backing them up. So and Airdrie sends at least 2 or 3, sometimes their CAO. So I think we've been really strategic and applied our resources well, but it is something we needed to highlight for sure. And it's something that's new that we hadn't had to plan or budget for in previous years, out before the CMRB was mandated, obviously. So I do expect that there will be, once we hit March and we have the plan to the province, the workload should significantly drop. And then it's going to be a waiting game. So we're going to just rely on our interim growth plan that we have in place now. But then we're going to start the real work of what is it that this regional board can do together to, work well and bring some wins to the region. So, but that will be on an as needed basis or as we can. And all the communities are saying we need a break for a bit. Let our staffs, get back to our, municipalities work. So, Councillor Wilson, you had a comment, then Councillor Reid.
Yeah, thank you. A comment and a question, if I could. I was lucky enough to be, for the first year of the CMRB, I was on the servicing committee and I got to sit as an alternate to the mayor. So I saw some of the formation work we did there. I just wanted to compliment. I thought the mayor's always represented Cochrane very well at those meetings. I know the whole council got together and we created a Cochrane visioning document in 2019, if memory serves, that I'm really proud of the way that's been promoted in advance at CMRB level to make sure that our ideas out here they're not only being advanced for Cochrane, but they're being used as a roadmap for hopefully other communities to do the same, to decide what they want to do, not just within their own bounds, but outside of their regional jurisdiction, to help coordinate growth within the municipality and the surrounding county. So I'm proud of that work. My question is, when we start talking about the land use and growth plan advancing the regional growth plan, are we starting to get clarity on any possible loss of autonomy at the municipal level when we're going to be choosing in the future new communities to pop up? Or in particular, is there density targets that are going to be handed down? Are we starting to see some of the materialization of the CMRB telling us how we can build new communities in Cochrane? Are we starting to, is there any clarity there is what I was looking for in particular, and density targets in particular? Are we seeing anything like that at the CMRB level?
Sure, through Mayor Janung to Councillor Wilson. That is what a lot of the discussion is happening right now around as the growth plan is advancing here in the final stages. There isn't any definitive density targets established currently, but it is something that is being discussed. And I think moving forward in January, as Mayor Janung had mentioned, I think once we get a bit further down the road in terms of what this plan is going to be in terms of density targets, if there's going to be, as well as some of the other growth policies that may affect the town, we'll be in a better position with a little bit more certainty to bring that to council for an update. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, great. Thanks. Look forward to it. I guess that's closing in very quickly with March, and I look forward to seeing what comes about as that plan finally comes to fruition. So thank you.
Yeah. And I might just add, sorry, Mayor Janung, just in terms of the regionals, just as a reminder, the regional plan, the town of Cochrane as a member municipality will need to conform with that plan. So it is that one in terms of a level above the municipality, and I don't want to make that sound ominous, but it is how it is currently set up. Yeah, and so the town will need to conform with the growth plan once it is established and ratified by the province.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll just add quickly, Councillor Wilson, that I've been quite relieved with the approach that's been taken by the consultant. They've outlined certain place types, and that's, as Mr. Weldon is saying, that's what we're going through now. And then as communities, you would choose those place types to be in your community, and then one way you can preserve your identity, which has been a high-level conversation throughout this, a common theme. Everybody wants to preserve their identity. So I'm pretty confident that the growth plan will have that written within it. And then the densities that we were worried about, they're been just proposed targets, but still with averages, so that you have the ability to move about and do and make choices inside your community. So I don't think it'll be as restrictive as what most communities were worried about at the onset.
I'm glad to hear it. Yep.
Yeah.
We'll know more in March, I guess. Thank you.
Well, hopefully sooner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Reid?
Yeah, several of my questions have been answered. I guess for me, I appreciate, one of the beginning to be able to say, but I appreciate the resources and commitment that the town has made to this, particularly, Jeff, your representation on behalf of our community. I understand, and my question had to do with something that Tara had raised, and that was to understand that the workload will actually dissipate after March, we hope. And so that's a good news story. I think for me, the real story here is just how important this whole work is, right? I mean, I guess maybe as a council, through the mayor, we've been at this for so long that we kind of lose, at least I hope the community hasn't lost sight of just what we're trying to achieve here. And for me, it's not just preserving our identity and what the ill effects might be of density, but actually our neighbors and the problems that they might create if we don't have a regional plan. And so for me, what the real story is, and I hope the community can appreciate this, and I hope the media is following it, is just how important this document is. This regional planning document is so critical for our future. That's, to me, is the real story about this present. As much as this presentation is of value, that's the real story for me out of this presentation tonight. Again, that's not to take anything away from the resources and commitment, but we've got to get this regional plan, this growth plan done, and we've got to get it done right. And so for me, that's the real story about what this is all about. And I think rather than worry about the negatives that might come out of that, I think there are a whole lot of positives. Again, as you think about what Rockaby, and I don't want to single them out, but I mean single them out in terms of encroaching in our community, and what potential development could occur without our input is troublesome. And so I think it's just, for me, it's a kind of flash the blinding obvious that a regional plan, a regional growth plan is so critical to Cochrane's future. Otherwise, like Chestermere, they'll just be absorbed by the city of Calgary, and we don't, that's not us. So thank you again for your work, and I will move the motion that this be accepted for information as well.
Okay, yeah, thank you for your comments, Councillor Reid. It's exactly why the resources have been put to it. And like I said, we haven't really had a choice, being mandated by the province. So, okay, any other questions or comments on this item? Okay, call the question. All those in favor of accepting his information? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weldon. Look forward to seeing you next week a couple of times. Regional board?
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Actually, this week.
This week, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Moving on, 6E, 2020 Quarterly Priorities and Projects Update. I believe we have interim CAO, Mr. Heineman. There you are.
All right, I'll just share my screen and get the presentation up for council. One moment, please.
And just for everybody's sake, we'll take a break. Mr. Heineman's got 2 agenda items here back to back, and then we'll take a break before we get into the budget. Give everybody a breather.
All right, I'm hoping that everybody can see the presentation. Of course, this is something that we felt was important to provide updates on the work that we're doing, and there was a report attached as part of this, so that includes a great deal of the information. I am going to try and go through and provide you some of the highlights. There's a lot of great work going on at the town, and this will provide a bit of a summary of that. So really, in terms of the agenda, just to overview all the great work going on, of course, council strategic priorities, and then we'll go through some of the different areas in the organization and that work to highlight it. So again, it's a high-level update on the key projects and priorities that have been initiated or completed in the second half of 2020. Of course, a lot of our efforts have been focused on COVID-19, but there has been a great deal of work, and we're here to share that with you. Council is very familiar with their priorities. Everything that we do aligns with these priorities. So community connectivity, community development and planning, community engagement, community facilities and services. Coming out of the office of the CAO, so directly out of the office was the COVID response. A great deal of effort there. The hiring of the General Manager of Infrastructure Services, so Mr. Azam Khan, who is with us. We're very excited to have him. We also did a great deal of work for the AUMA conference this year. It was a virtual conference, but a number of advocacy meetings were set up as well. Our team was also responsible for the grand opening of the Jack Tennant Bridge, and I think that that's something that obviously we're very proud of. And then coordinating the Facebook Live. Human Resources Department has been very busy as well. The CAO recruitment and our new CAO, Mr. Mike Dercott, he starts on January 4th, so excited for his arrival. And they're helping, or HR is helping coordinate his onboarding. They have worked on their strategic plan. Of course, they're a big stakeholder in the COVID-19 response. As you might imagine, with all of our staff, there's a number of questions that they field on a daily basis. Software implementation within their department. And then one of the ones we're really excited about is the organizational culture and leadership development. So Lisa Almond and the work that she'll be doing. So very excited about the work coming out of that area. Corporate services, there's a number of different departments within there. Updating of the 10-year financial plan. Catherine will be talking about that in a little bit in our budget discussion. Her and Tanya and the rest of the team help support the and direct the capital and operational budgets. Again, we have been going through an interesting time with COVID-19, so they have been keeping track of everything for us in that regard. And then working on the offsite levy bylaw review, Catherine has been leading that project and excited to bring that forward to you in 2021. Assessment and taxation, of course, there's lots going on there too. Mailed the tax arrears letters advising of the 15% penalty as of January 1st. Recalculation of the tax property payment, supplementary taxes mailed, and payments are being processed. There's a great deal of work coming out of this area as well, and really we're getting ready for 2021 assessments. And assessments notices will be mailed mid-January. So I see Councillor Fideko has a question. I'd be happy to answer that as I'm trying to quickly go through this for you.
Just a quick question. Do we have any sort of update on how many people have applied, I guess, for some sort of tax deferral or utility deferral? I did get an email today about somebody requesting about utility deferral, so I'm just kind of wondering where those numbers are at.
I would have to ask Ms. Van Kime to perhaps assist me with that. And maybe we can I'll give her a little bit of an opportunity to look into that. I'm not necessarily, but we will get you that information, Councillor Fideko, for sure.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Even if it doesn't come down tonight, I realize that that's kind of a crunch. But if we could have those numbers given to us in an update to council, that would be great. And yeah, kind of separate it out from the tax side versus the utility side. I mean, right now, let's face it. I mean, as we are just approaching, because I mean, maybe it wasn't a serious inquiry before, but now that we're hit another shutdown, maybe it's something that's come up in the last couple of days or something along that line. But I'd be curious to see what those numbers look like.
Yeah, we'll commit to getting those. I've made a note, and I'll work with Ms. Van Kime to and her team to get those for you.
Thank you.
Business development, Mr. Corman, he has been very busy. I'm going to take the opportunity to recognize him in a bit with his efforts with the ECC. But first, some of his regular duties, he's leading the town's economic recovery task force efforts. The Open and Safe campaign, he has helped with that, as well as working with the Innovation Center and the operational plan. So Mike has been very busy for us. Communications, I think it goes without saying, they've done such a wonderful job throughout COVID-19 and have stepped up on so many fronts. Very proud of them with their 20 graphics and the signs, the virtual program and activity guide. There's so many things that they've been involved in, and they're also working with Mr. Corman and their Think Big marketing strategy for business development. So that team has done some great work and really delivered for us. Financial services, the 2019 audited financial statements were approved by council, monthly reports for the managers. So Tanya really leads this group for us, and she does a fantastic job getting all the information. Focus on grant reporting, so MSI, gas tax, FREC, and the most grant. And as of October, 13% of accounts past due in comparison to 10% at the same time last year. So that really gives you a good sense of things despite what a challenging year it's been. And the 2021 annual renewal of pet licenses on January 1st. Information services is contracted intern manager has been brought in. Recruitment process is in place right now to bring in the permanent manager. So HR, Catherine, have been working through that and excited to see a new addition come to our team. So the ranch house, excuse me, I advanced the slide. As of July 3rd, reopened for smaller events, church services and meetings. 86 events booked and 2,800 people served. So, again, I want to recognize Christy and the efforts that she's done in this area throughout the pandemic. She has been so nimble to adjust. I know there are a number of weddings that have been rebooked. Her and her team have just been great through this whole process. So again, hats off to them. Development and community services. So we've been working with the Cochrane Developer Liaison Group and having ongoing meetings with Alberta Transportation. So those are part of our regular meetings. Those have continued online. Riley just presented his review of the CMRB and his efforts, where he has really stepped up and done some fantastic work attending all those meetings and being a key stakeholder for us. In planning and civil land development, of course, Ryan Stewart has stepped up for us in this area. And again, we're working through the permitting process. So we're trying to find efficiencies, which will ultimately provide us benefits that will also provide benefits to those people making applications. Completed public and industry engagement for the residential portion of the land use bylaw update. So we're excited to see that in the new year. The non-residential and general regulation will be complete by the end of the year. So that's ongoing right now. And initiated and continue to advance the preliminary design of the River Heights Reservoir expansion. Safety codes implemented the first stage of their online permit portal for all builders and contractors. They continue to be that model of efficiency for our organization, really going from a paper-based system to purely digital. They can do remote inspections. So even though we've transitioned out of the office, they are still working and doing a fantastic job. FCSS initiated strategic planning process to prioritize and align services. So there has been a great deal of change in FCSS over the past year, a very challenging year for them. They've completed the renovations to the Family Resource Network were completed and reopened on October 1st. And of course, Kim is leading the Social Recovery Task Force. So thank her for her efforts and everything that she's doing. Transit, I think I cannot do justice to the update that Devin's already provided, so I will skip that area. But one thing that Devin is really involved in as well is the Municipal Energy and Management Program. He did touch on it briefly, but consumption reduction team, he is leading that, was established to identify projects and programs to reduce the town's energy consumption. So everything that you see Devin put into transit, I'm very proud to say he's putting into this project as well. And, you know, I think we're going to see some really great outcomes there. There's 2 EV charging stations that have been installed in the new Transit Innovation Hub parking lot, so right beside the library. And we have submitted a grant to have some additional charging stations at the Innovation Hub and Spray Lake. So again, this is where Devin is looking for different opportunities, and he is working with Spray Lakes as well. Infrastructure and operations. So they've been overseeing a number of our capital projects. So that's Center Avenue, 4-lane design, the Highway 1A intersection, the CP pedestrian crossing into and from historic downtown and into the quarry, Highway 1A improvements, the completion of the Jack Tennant Memorial Bridge and James Walker Trail extensions, Railway Street infrastructure improvements, and the construction of the new parking lot. So there's been a lot of great work coming out of this department. Excited that Aslam has joined and leading that team. Facilities is the coordination of logistics in the town's COVID response, sourcing and securing all related supplies and PPE. And then, of course, this is Greg Barcy, and Greg is also coordinating the Transit Hub and Innovation Center, as well as the protective services. So a great deal of work just in those 3 items. Parks and open spaces, Riverfront Bridge replacement. You may recall that came forward to council earlier this year, and River Avenue and Crawford Ranch pathway projects were completed in early Q3. So again, I think through the pandemic, we've seen how important pathways are. We continue to deliver on those, and Brad Luft and his group are just doing a great job in that respect. Roads, James Walker Trail road and pathways are complete. We had the grand opening. We're having a lot of people who are utilizing that. On our social media, I want to commend communications. We had the men's seniors walking group were recently recognized, and there's a group of men who get together and walk, and they reached out to me and said how wonderful it was to now have these new connections up into Riversong, and they actually took a picture at the bridge and sent it to us. So really excited about that. We're working to finalize agreements for the ultimate second access to Sunset Ridge and facilitate construction as required. So we've actually secured the second access. So what we're really looking at in that regard is working with the province in terms of making sure that we can upgrade when the interchange project moves forward, that the extension is included as part of that project as well. Waste and recycling conducted a blue cart content spot check to assess recycling contamination levels. So over 11,000 carts were checked, and 2,500 educational tags were left. The Eco Center, and I'm really proud of these guys too. They resumed most of their programs, and they've been navigating COVID, so appreciate Fabrizio's efforts and the whole team there. They've done a wonderful job. Water and wastewater completed a number of key capital projects, installed water meters in town parks, and 125 water meters replaced, with remaining water meters to be completed later this spring. All right, protective or legislative and protective services. So provide leadership, oversight, and coordination of the town's emergency management function. Of course, Stacy leads this and does such a wonderful job. Really appreciate all her efforts. Senior management lead for the new protective services building. That was a presentation that council got at a strategic session. Some of the public information will be coming forward in the new year, so residents will get an idea of some of the great work that's going on there. And then the recruitment for the new fire chief, and very excited about Sean in that position, and Chief Pauly, excuse me. Legislative services, this has been a really busy group as well. transition town's records repository to a client web solution, freeing up significant space on the servers, implementing a social media archiving solution, and then the FOIP requests. I think you've all heard it, the number of FOIP requests. That group has been doing some fantastic work. We did have our fire chief retire in September, and Chief Polly is now the successful fire chief, so excited about that. And then, of course, just working through COVID. Those groups, like our fire services groups, have been doing some fantastic work. Municipal Enforcement and RCMP, responding to Bill 21, Administrative Penalties Act legislation, focusing on helping to restore the justice system capacity and make roads safer. So a great deal of work going on there. So I did not try and go through that too fast. There's a great deal of information, a lot in the report. I would encourage you, if you haven't had an opportunity to review that, it really represents all the hard work and the dedication that our staff have, not only to this organization, but to our community. I'm very proud of their efforts. We are intending to continue to provide council with regular updates moving forward, and certainly under the leadership of Mr. Derricott when he arrives. And our next one will be in April. So with that, I just want to see if anybody has any other questions.
Jeff, you're on mute.
Matt, I was giving such a great soliloquy there. I'll start over. Thank you, Mr. Hyman, for that update. Like you say, tons of information. But I think it's important that we stop quarterly and just do a bit of a deep dive into what's going on. Not always behind the scenes, but a lot of these things happen behind the scenes to deliver the services that residents enjoy, but also frankly expect from our community. So a lot of things are happening. A lot of work is going on, and a lot of hours are being poured into a lot of different initiatives, and it's good that we take the time to highlight them. So thank you for your report. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Hyman and anything that he's provided tonight? I don't see any. I do have one. Oh, Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
I just thought I'd take my chance. Thank you. I didn't give compliments earlier in the meeting. We were talking about some of the versatility shown throughout the organization with finding roles for people that as new things popped up, we've seen just what a great organization we work with, and especially all the efficiencies that have been found. As we went through that presentation, we see that there's been challenges all over the place, and finding ways to keep ourselves in a positive financial position, I've really appreciated, and thanks for highlighting that, and thanks to all the people I have the pleasure of working with.
Thank you.
Yeah, well said, Councillor Wilson. Drew, I've just got one question, and I don't need the answer tonight. It's similar to what Councillor Fedeco's asking. I'm asking about the James Walker Bridge, the Jack Tennant Memorial Bridge on James Walker Trail. I understand you guys put the armadillo down there. It would be good to have some public numbers on maybe what the usage of the bridge is, so that we can give some positive, hopefully, and some real data-driven results about cars being diverted maybe off the 22 or utilization from the Riverview area.
No, we'd be happy to produce something for you in our first meeting in January.
Great. Okay, I see Councillor Fedeco's typing something. Do you just have a question?
I was just going to say, we're speeding in general. I know that we've had a lot of concerns, or at least I have personally, about people speeding within the area. Obviously now with school being out in the high school, it's probably not as eminent as what it normally is, but I would be curious to see kind of what those numbers are, or if they've had lots of complaints, maybe through municipal enforcement, about what that looks like. But I know I have personally received some concerns about people traveling through the area prior this COVID shutdown, especially at the high school.
Okay, we'll look into that as well.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Would someone like to move to accept the report as information?
I'll make
Councillor
them.
McFadden? Okay, seconded by Councillor Federico. I know we don't do that, but tonight we will. Okay, no more questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you, Mr. Hyman. And I understand you're joining us on our next agenda item to give us a COVID-19 update.
Yes, I am. And I just wanted to, I want to be brief, but I also want to make sure that some people are recognized. And first of all, the update went out earlier today. So in terms of active case numbers, we are currently at 60. We're at 56 yesterday. So again, unfortunately, after a couple of days of seeing the number head in the right direction, we did see the increase of 4 cases. One of the things I did want to take an opportunity, I've just got a few brief things to share about us sort of operationally with council. But one of the things I wanted to do first is, as we have been navigating this pandemic for 10 months really, is I wanted to recognize the efforts of a number of people. Maybe, you know, picking up on the mayor's comments earlier, but I wanted to recognize Ms. Stacy Lowe, our fire chief, Sean Pauley, and business development manager, Mike Corman, for their efforts leading our emergency coordination center. So we have, those 3 have really guided us through this pandemic, and they've done just an amazing job. I think the numbers speak for themselves. We've seen, you know, if you look at the Calgary region and where we are as a community, I think it's a testament to some of the work and the leadership that they've shown throughout this. Again, yes, it's a collective effort, but at the same time, just appreciate that they have been resilient through this and certainly help guide and assist our senior leadership team and council. So I think that's important to recognize them. And then I want to recognize just a few people that really don't get the recognition that they deserve within our organization that I think is critical as well. So that's our first frontline first responders. These people have been working throughout COVID the entire time. I think it's important to recognize them specifically because when we started this journey, no one knew what where we were going with this. We didn't have the answers that we did today, but yet those people still responded to emergencies and still put themselves in situations with an unknown. Our operations department, who have continued to operate, and they've navigated this.
Keep going.
Okay. Well, I think the other people I want to recognize is our municipal enforcement. Municipal enforcement, their job is challenging at the best of times. We see what's happened throughout the pandemic and how people have responded and some of the heightened tensions. And they are already put into difficult situations, but they've done it with the utmost professionalism. And I just think that that needs to be highlighted. Our Eco Center, they've continued to adapt. And the last group that I really want to recognize as well is our cleaners and our facilities crew. Okay, so these are people who are coming in and cleaning up and making sure that we're safe. And I don't think they often get the recognition that they deserve. So with that, I just wanted to recognize those people. I'd be happy to answer your question now, Marnie, and then I'll get into my brief presentation after that.
I agree. I wanted to give kudos to all those departments that you just mentioned. I do have a question though. Has Cochrane actually given out any tickets when it comes to infractions or people not, specifically actually businesses not paying attention to the bylaw?
I would have to, can you give me an opportunity to look into that? I'm not aware of any tickets that have been written at this point, but certainly I can get some more information and be in touch with you shortly, perhaps even after I finish the rest of my presentation.
That sounds good. Just my question is very pointed. I've heard of a couple of cases right now where businesses, and and I can certainly talk to you after this meeting about them, that have had positive COVID cases where they have not necessarily followed AHS regulations. I really do feel that there is kind of an underlying feeling in Cochrane that we're not able to enforce the bylaw to begin with. And so I just want to be very careful and send out a reminder right now to business owners that we do hear a lot of information out there, and I am not above or below reporting anybody that I hear that is not following the proper protocol, because you put everybody else at risk. And let's face it, at this point, we all want business to get back to normal. We all want our lives to get back to normal, but these cases where I have heard, they're not good. They're not good situations. There are people blatantly not paying attention to what is being asked of them.
Maybe, Mr. Hyman, as you say, we could get Ms. Lowe to give us a breakdown of some of those numbers later, or maybe she's texting you already.
No, she is. She's on it. So
I would just add though, before, sorry to interrupt, but around the enforcement with the new guidelines, and maybe you'll get into it with your presentation, but the enforcement side of things is really now with the provincial health act, or whatever they put in place on the 13th, enables the RCMP to go in and enforce, and also put some of those powers in our municipal enforcement officers' hands, I believe.
Yes, and Ms. Lowe, she's going to follow up formally, but I think there have been visits to a number of businesses. Again, we're gaining compliance through some of the discussions, and there would be a complaint to AHS enforcement officers, not municipal enforcement. So again, we can get some more information though, and happy to follow up on that. But what I wanted to do, I wanted to recognize those people. I felt it was really important, but of course the provincial orders have come into effect on Sunday. One of the things that we wanted to remind council is we started in March with 4 key objectives. Those key objectives remain as important today as they were then. They're a little bit different though. We talk about flattening the curve. It's really been updated to bend the curve, because the curve is going up quite high. We're trying to bend that down. We're trying to avoid overwhelming the healthcare system. So all our efforts are intended to do that. Keep critical systems and people working. So I'm going to speak to that in a moment. And then communications. So I think our communications staff really have done a fantastic job, and just overall communication, that's something that we've prided ourselves on. Looks like we have another question, so I'll go ahead, Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, thank you, Drew. I think, congratulations to the team for doing such good work. I think it speaks well of Cochrane that our case counts are low. Just from a report I saw earlier, do we know if we actually had 1 death here in Cochrane related to COVID?
I cannot confirm that. I can look into see if that's actually been the case.
So yeah, so I just kind of saw that, but would like to confirm that through our own resources if we could.
I will work on that and have an answer for all of council here shortly.
Thank you very much. So a downer, and I don't mean to be flippant at all. It's a scary time for everyone to get through this, whether it's for your loved ones and yourself and your own health, or your businesses and how we interact. And I think so much support for our community, and kudos for our community that are shopping local. And I've ordered more takeout in the last month than in my entire life in Cochrane. But I mean, it's getting real and more real all the time. So yeah, if we could just clarify that report, and I just urge everybody to just keep doing your best. And we can get through this and get back to normal, and a healthy population and a healthy business environment and a healthy community as fast as we can if we all do our bit. So thank you.
Ms. Lowe has just confirmed for me there's no confirmed cases or confirmed deaths, excuse me. Confirmed deaths in Cochrane from COVID.
Excellent, thank you.
But one of the things coming out of the four key objectives is that obviously the safety of our community, residents, and our employees is our top priority. So any of the decisions that we've been making have really been related to our key objectives. So one of the things that council will notice is that, and residents will notice, is that not much necessarily changes in terms of the services that we continue to deliver to the community. However, we have made some changes, and that's what I want to highlight for council's benefit, is that even up to a few weeks ago, we were starting to transition some of our staff to working remotely. So now we have done that. However, the difference now is our facilities, being the Ranch House FCSS, continue to remain open. So we understand that there's people who don't have, and residents who don't have access to online. They still need certain services. So there is an opportunity for people to still come to the Ranch House. We have a small complement of staff who are working within the Ranch House, and certainly we have staff at FCSS. But we all have all the necessary precautions in place. So really our focus is on the operational and essential services for the citizens of our community. So that's really what I wanted to highlight, is that we have taken the precautions and we are making decisions in the best interest of the community. And that's why one of the decisions is, of course, that was recently shared was the ability not to proceed with the New Year's Eve fireworks. And that is really related to the both formal and informal gatherings. We are trying to do everything that we can as an organization and as a community to prevent the spread. Councillor Flowers, I see that you had a question. I'd be happy to answer that.
I just, thank you. I wanted to add the FCSS people to the list of thank yous, because I know they are working with so many people and really bizarre things that are out of the ordinary, just helping out wherever they can and trying to stay safe, but helping the people. So just wanted to add that.
And thank you to you, because whenever I try and do that, I always inevitably miss someone, and I do not want to miss FCSS. They're a huge part of what we do.
Thank you.
So that concludes my COVID update. I hope that council could accept that for information purposes. And then or I'd be happy to answer any more questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hyman, for that. Yes, COVID continues to be, as I've been saying, throw us the COVID curveballs, and we'll just continue to bob and weave and adapt and overcome and be resilient and do what we have to get through this. And I've appreciated all the efforts, and thank you for highlighting those staff members tonight that have gone exceptionally above and beyond in all of this. And really, and I would state that at very little interruption to people's, other than the COVID interruption to people's lives and the lockdowns, services have continued to flow through the community, whether there was COVID or not. So thank you for that. Would somebody be prepared to make a motion to accept this information? And we'll take a few-minute break. Councillor Reid, thank you. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. Okay, we will let's come back we take a 5-minute break. You guys good for 5? Or a little longer? 5? I believe Ms. Knight was going to reboot the system so we could not have any more technical difficulties. Okay, thank you, Ms. Knight. And we're back live. We'll call the meeting back to order. And before we get into Ms. Van Kynpima's presentation on the budget, I would entertain a motion to go past 10 p.m. Maybe get that little bit of legislative work out of the way prior to bumping up against it in the middle of debate or a conversation or presentation. So if somebody would be prepared.
I move that we go past 10 o'clock.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Flowers. I know we're not in favor of it, but would anybody put their hand up for that motion? Excellent. It's approved. That little bit of homework out of the way, we will go back to the podium or to Catherine's laptop, wherever she is at.
I'm floating over the mountains, can't you tell?
I can't yet. There you are.
Look at that. All right.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mayor Janung and members of council. I'm here this evening to present to you the topic of discussion is the budget approval, which actually involves 5 different resolutions. I'm sharing a PowerPoint presentation. If that's not showing up for you, please let me know and I will fix that. All right, perfect. So we have before us the 2021 through 2023 budget approval. So where did we start? We started October the 26th, presented council with the draft budget, which council asked us to go and get some public engagement. We did that. We came back in, and at that time, the operating budget proposed tax increases of 1.27 in 21, 4.29, and 5.71, as well as a capital budget of $85.3 million over that over the 3-year period. Then council entered into deliberations November 16th and 17th and whittled down those numbers. And out of those deliberations, council had given some direction to administration as follows. So the directions were to freeze council's 2021 salaries, that the Spray Lakes Rec Center funding be held at 1.7 million for operating and 300,000 capital for each of the 3 years, with the idea being that this would be looked at again in 2021 as we had a better understanding of the funding requirements and sources for the rec center. There was a staffing cost adjustment resolution, as well as direction to change the methodology for how we calculate benefits. That was the single versus family calculations, as well as postpone the addition of a 2022 RCMP member, postpone that into 2023. As well, council wanted us to add a capital project entitled Fifth Avenue Utility Servicing Study. And last but not least, council had requested administration pursue a letter of understanding with our 2 unions to see if they would reduce their respective 2% bargained cost of living increases for their staff. So where do we go from there? That's the last time we talked about this topic. So the preliminary amended tax increases, just to remind you, were provided based on estimates and quick calculations. So on the fly on the 17th, we were trying to take what all the different ideas were, what we thought the cost of that would be, give you the amended tax increase. Amended budgets do include council's adjustments using the actual numbers rather than what we had estimated during that time. That's why we do deliberations ahead of bringing it to the December budget meeting for consideration, so that we do have time to make sure we're not just working off of estimates, that we do a good job on crunching the numbers. We have heard back from the 2 unions, and both unions have declined council's request. So where do we end up? So looking at the budget, one of the pages that's being included that wasn't in the draft budget was a workforce page that's included in there. And so I just wanted to point out to council sort of some differences that have happened between 2020's budget and the 2021 budget. The town workforce is actually 16.8 full-time equivalents. So what we do is we take the total number of hours and divide that by what a full-time position would be, because some of our people are seasonal and some of them work part-time and some of them are casual. So we convert that into full-time equivalents. So we have 16.8 less full-time equivalents in 2021 than we did in 2020. And how does that break out? 6.3 of those are as a result of the changes to the provincial funding in our FCSS and social services area that happened in the spring of 2020. 2 FTE reductions are a result of the January of 2020 corporate reorganization. And then that leaves 8.5 positions that were reductions as a part of this budget process. 2.5 are coming from the elimination of positions that were vacant that we're not going to be filling. And then 6 come from Council's resolution for the staffing cost adjustments. So looking at that a little bit more closely, what does that mean? What does that look like? So staffing cost adjustments, that means the elimination of 1 position in culture and 5 positions in recreation. All of these staff were treated equally. They have been we've let them know that this decision has impacted them. We're not waiting until tonight to let them know about the impact. And we want to make sure that Council's aware that each of those 6 positions have contributed to the amended budget that we're bringing forward tonight. To give you a little bit more information on the vacant positions that have been eliminated, what are those? There was an asset management coordinator, seasonal bylaw enforcement, planning intern, civil land technician, 7 of our 27 seasonal parks operators, as well as the civil engineer position. Those eliminated positions, both the ones from the staffing cost adjustments as well as the eliminated vacant positions, all will mean reduced or eliminated services. So the culture and the recreation services are eliminated. The asset management coordinator, that would be the position responsible for one of the priorities that was in the 2020 budget, which was an asset management system and program that's formalized across the organization. That won't proceed. There were also, with our parks department, obviously when you have 7 less staff than you normally do, there will be a decrease to the summer field maintenance as well as flower bed maintenance. Planning intern, that was part of a program to mentor and bring up planning staff as we go, as well as civil engineer was to support the civil land area of the organization. If Council, when we get to that point, has more questions about what the impacts of these reductions in FTEs are, I'd be happy to try and answer, or if I don't have that, then I'm going to be frantically turning to the other general managers whose areas those are. So what about some other things that have happened? So once we crunched the numbers and we knew what the actual cost reductions were, we projected what the tax increase would be, and it actually turned out to be higher than we originally calculated. However, we did hear from Council very clearly that they were very concerned and wanting a 0% tax increase in 2021, as well as in 22 and 23 to have a more reasonable level of tax increase than what was originally proposed, and the lower the better. So given that, what we heard, administration went ahead and made some further reductions to the budget to try and meet those needs. So what did we do? Well, we reduced the organization's conference travel. We're all going to take mules. No, we're not going to take mules. What we have determined is it's likely with our lingering COVID impacts that more and more conferences are going to be virtual. There are dollars in the budget across the organization for travel to conferences. And so it's anticipated that with most conferences or some conferences being virtual, that we could cut this budget by about 40% and reduce the travel costs without impacting our staff's training, which is important to make sure that they're keeping up with what's innovative and they can bring that to the services that we provide. We also decided there was a land strategy project that was originally in the CAO's budget. We've moved that into the planning budget, which is the department that would be looking after it. And it was originally to be funded from taxes. We're now proposing to fund it from planning operating reserve. Also, what we heard from Council was there was an interest in 22 and 23's funding for the recreation facility, Spray Lakes Rec Center, to sort of be the same level as at 21. So we made that change. But what we also did for 23 is we changed the funding source. So in 22, we had a draw from reserves of 500,000. Originally, we had proposed to start paying that back in 23. What we did, seeing how Council has made it clear that they really would like to look at the whole amount of money needed and the funding sources anyway, we just made 2023 mirror 2022. So we have it being funded from a draw from reserves for now until we've done further work on that. We've also adjusted the projected growth rate for 22 and 23. So given that both the provincial and the federal governments are very interested and focused on stimulating the economy, that is one of their focus on getting the economy up and going again, we felt fairly confident that we could increase the projected growth rates by 0.5% in 22 and 23. So that brings 22's growth rate to 2.5, 23's projected growth rate to 3.5. And remember, Council, when we do this all over again next year, for 22, 23, and 24, those numbers will be looked at again once our grade assessment team has had a chance to look in and project what growth is looking like when we're closer to those times. So now what does it look like? So after Council's adjustments and after the further adjustments that administration has included, we're looking at a 0% tax increase for 2021, a 1.9% tax increase in 22, and 2.52% in 23. And that's reflected in the budget document before you. So that's the operating budget. As you know, we also have to pass a capital budget. So what does our amended capital budget look like? So a few slides ago, I said, when we presented the budget in October, the draft capital budget was at $85.3 million for 3 years. We're now at 86.2. So what's changed? There's a couple of corrected project costs. One of them I did mention on October the 26th, because just before I had presented the draft budget, Mr. Barcy came ahead with the transit project, and the amount that he had for the transit project was higher than what we had in the budget book. So that's one change. The other change was in consultation with our engineering consultants. They had pointed out that our estimated cost for James Walker Trail connections was not high enough, so that required an updated cost. So that increased by just over $200,000. And then there was the addition of the Fifth Avenue Site Development Strategy Project, and that was for $100,000. So all of that adds up to an increased capital budget. It increased by $856,600. So then the other part to the budget, and this is where a lot of our requested resolutions comes from the utility rates. So the budget includes amended utility rates, and these are set by bylaw. So in order for us to change the rates, we have to amend the applicable schedules that are attached to those bylaws, hence the resolutions that were required tonight, as separate from just a blanket, we adopt the budget. So what's changed in our utility rates? So our water consumption rate is up 1 cent. The sewer base rate is up $3.25 and no change to the consumption rate. Storm's monthly fee is up 33 cents. Waste's monthly fee is up $1.10 and the Eco Center has no change. So what does that all look like for a person when they're looking at what has changed between taxes and utilities? What's that going to cost me more per month? So looking at the chart, this is also included in the budget document. There's no monthly increase to taxes. And then the total increase monthly cost projected for an average residential property is $3.33 a month. And that covers your water, sewer, storm, your garbage collection, the Eco Center, as well as recycling and organics pickup. So what's the recommendation? The recommendation is that administration is seeking council adoption of the budget. And why do we think that you should adopt the budget? It does deliver the 0% tax increase in 2021. It delivers on your priorities, and it does focus on our core services. And that was the philosophy that we went into with the budget, and I feel that we've accomplished what we set out to do. At this time, I'd welcome any questions that council has in regards to the budget, and I will stop sharing my screen so everybody can see everybody.
All right. Thank you for that. Obviously, big document, huge implications for our future, and a lot of work went into it. So appreciate all the, all the work that went into it throughout deliberations. And as you said, understanding it was a working document on the fly, and But I'm glad administration's had the time to really dive into the details and come back with what you have today. So without any further ado, I see we're piling up in the question in the comments area. So we'll go to Councillor McFadden first.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It was very well done, and I completely agree. Staff has delivered on the direction that council gave, which was, a 0% tax rate, transportation focus. And so when we went through the budget, and it was a difficult process, but I came out of that budget discussion thinking we'd done the COVID, tightening, and that it's an emergency budget, and that we landed in the right place. But since the break, especially over the weekend, I've been thinking a lot about the direction we're going as a municipality, and I really am concerned that I'm not on side anymore with where we're going. So I just want to give the story of where I'm coming from on that. When I first ran for council in 2007, it was after having been a volunteer working with the municipal development plan. And one of the things that I really wanted to be a part of was creating a complete community. And that's been a focus for me ever since, is how do we create that community that has a balanced approach between the social, the economic, and the environment. How do we create that community where everybody has a place? And so that's been a focus. At the end of last year, I thought, I was quite proud of where we lined up, the successes we had in the go, and a lot of those successes are being delivered on. The bridge, the rec center is an amazing win, with the new pool, different transportation projects, transit, so many wins for that. But I really feel with the restructuring last year, which was supposed to, save us $50,000 and cost us skilled people when we needed them, and cost us $900,000. And then we had the leadership transition, and then we went into COVID, and we just got into the trenches of just dealing. And one of the sacrifices of that was we didn't have leadership in the community services role. And you saw that in the presentation tonight about kind of the priorities and the deliverables over the last 2 quarters. There's nothing talking about the community services. It's not there. And when we're talking about community services, it's the recreation, it's the culture, the positions that we're saving money are the admin that would support those roles. And so I really feel as a municipality over the last year, and not deliberately, but perhaps by accident, we're not focusing on the community services part of being a municipality anymore. And I don't actually know of another town that doesn't have community services existing as a standalone, general manager or director, that higher level of management. We've lost that, and you see it in what we haven't been able to deal with this year. And there's a lot of these projects that are stalled because we didn't have the people in place, and it happened. So the Horse Creek Sports Park, all the sports groups that are wanting playing fields, or wanting recreation, or wanting community space to build, they want to know, we're advancing that slightly with the purchase and with the servicing, but they want to know how they can activate it. So we need a governing plan for how we're going to run that. The Tri-Site project, the transit continued, but there's nothing in the update about that. That's stalled out during COVID and this year. And the relationship with Spray Lakes, we don't really have a designated person eyes on the ball on that. And so I think without any deliberation, that we're seeing that gap. I'm seeing that experience in what I want to deliver for our community in community services is missing. And so, it happened. And so, but then how do we build to fix it? And I feel that we would need a plan for how we restore community services and providing those services to Cochrane in this budget. I think a lot of what I was thinking was, let's wait for the new CAO to get in place and kind of map out and see the gaps. But by the time our new CAO gets in place and analyzes the situation, you're talking 3 or 4 months. We're maybe into the spring budget, and then we're, into the fall in another year. So we've essentially lost 2 years of focusing on community services and community people. Our staff in their positions have done an amazing job. Catherine's done an amazing job on the finance side, with corporate services, planning and engineering, legislative services. Those areas where we had champions have knocked it out of the park for us, and I so appreciate it. But what I've seen is a pivot to transportation above all else, and we've lost that focus. I don't have a good answer for the rec groups that are asking me, what's the path forward for that? And because we don't have a designated person on the ball. So, and I'm thinking that if I were to say, if we were going to, support the reinstatement of that position, the challenge is it's $150,000 or something. It would increase the tax rate above the 0. So it's not possible. But I think it's the positions we've cut, whether it's in planning or policing, all of these growth prep positions that we want are not possible. But they're not possible because I think we put our priorities in the wrong spot. And so I have a question for you is that, what is the tax rate implications of funding the 1A project? That's kind of my big question. And, ballpark it, what does it cost to add a senior manager position? Or I can't remember what we're calling it nowadays, but those would be my 2 big questions, because I think I've reached a point where our focus on just transportation is not building the community that I committed to trying to build. And so I need to see if there's a way that we can build that into the next year budget. I know it's the 11th hour, and I authentically contributed to our budget discussions, but I'm feeling really offside at this point. So I want to understand those budget implications of the to the tax rate of the highway investment is my first question. But I just want to share where my thought processes are on the budget overall, because I'm really not sure if I can support it, and I feel really bad about that.
Okay, Councillor McFadden, I can give you a couple of answers to your questions. So the first one I'm hearing is that what is the cost to the borrowing for the Highway 1A improvement project? So that borrowing would happen towards the end of the project. So likely those dollars would not be borrowed until late 2022, with repayments starting late 22 or into 23. Those at a 3% interest rate, although the current interest rates are at 1.7 for a 15-year period. That's $205,000 a year, and that would equate to a 0.6% tax increase. So there's the answer to the first question. Sorry, you're muted, Councillor McFadden.
Sorry, can you say that again? My computer did something interesting.
It's 0.6% tax increase. And then the second part of your question would be, what would be the cost to add a general manager? I'm just sort of looking, for example, at corporate services. So corporate services general manager, which is me alone. So the cost of that department is just shy of $200,000 in 2021. So that would be salaries, wages, benefits. That includes some contracted costs, conference, staff development. Usually when you get someone at that level, there's a continuing professional development requirement, membership fees. So I would be comfortable saying it's approximately $200,000.
Okay, and that's kind of the number I wanted to understand. And $200,000 increase to our budget is...
So
what?
If the repayments are 205 and that's 0.6, 200,000 would be about 0.6.
Right. So a 0.6, and I'm not saying that position would have to come on board in January, so halfway through, but then it's like, where do you find the 0.6? And I get, so then the 1A, that makes me completely comfortable with funding that. So the other outlier in our budget is the increase to the Spray Lakes Rec Center. Again, which, I've been clear I have concerns about that. I saw in the paper that Mr. Flesky reported that of the $1.5 million we gave them to get through 2020, they'd only used $750,000. So if they don't actually need $2 million a year, I would like that to come back so that we could actually invest in the core services of the municipality. Because right now, I really feel that by not providing community services, we're not providing the core services that a municipality does. And so, and I apologize, it's like 9:53, the last meeting of the year, it's budget. But I just couldn't not let this opportunity, go unsaid. That's what I'd like to do, is to see if we can find a way. I know the new CEO needs to come on board, but if the resources aren't in the budget, he's not going to have the flexibility to make any changes. And we'll go through 2 years of no eyes on community services at that level. So that would be my ask, is that we find a way to, either through reserves or, take the Spray Lakes budget and reduce it by 100,000 for the year. I want to hit the zero, but I also want to make sure that we're a complete community. So that's my challenge to my colleagues, and I know it's a lot at the last minute, but it's been something that's been weighing on me pretty heavy all weekend.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor McFadden. We'll, I'm sure everybody's lining up here to give their 2 cents on that. Councillor Nagel, you're up next.
Hey, yeah, I'm actually of the opposite opinion on this budget. I think where we are at is really a great spot. I think coming into this with a really financially responsible perspective and trying to rein things in this year was a really wise move. We really focused on the absolute necessities in our core services, and we're delivering a 0% tax increase this year, and marginal increase in the futures planned. With regards to the traffic investment, I think there has been a clear message from our community over the past 4 or 5 years that in expanding our traffic infrastructure is most people's #1 priority. So I think it's great that we've been able to continue delivering on infrastructure while also keeping taxes at a reasonable rate. But I don't think, at the same time, I don't think it would be fair to characterize this budget as only invested in traffic. There are other things in here. I'm very supportive of continuing to support the rec center, because we need some level of normalness in our community. And the rec center, while for the next few weeks here, obviously isn't going to be utilized. I think it's a really core piece of Cochrane. It'll give people a place to go out and blow off some steam, get some exercise, congregate with their friends, and then you can actually do it kind of socially distanced if you're walking around the track or keeping your distance within the gym. I just think this budget is really in an awesome place, and I would be happy to support it. With that, I'd actually move the recommended action that Council adopt the 2021 to 2023 budget as presented, at least the first part of it. And then I'd invite Councillor McFadden, anybody else, if you do have any other particular changes you'd like to be made, I would invite you to move some amendments, and let's just talk about the amendments. Let's get right into specifics, because I feel like we've already spent days and days talking in generalities. So let's just get right into it, I think.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nagel. A motion's on the floor. Councillor Flowers.
Well, Councillor McFadden said a lot of good stuff. I think we're way out of balance too. I do think roads are important. That's what the public told us they want to see. We're working really hard to come up with a plan and make some differences there, but we've gotten way out of balance. Getting rid of 16.8 staff this year, so many of them are community service workers, many of them women that are out of work now, and we need that community services. We have to have the social recovery along with the economic recovery. We can't just have one and not the other. It doesn't make for a healthy community. I hope that whether it's tonight or through the strategic planning this year, that we can rebuild the community services and like Councillor McFadden said, we can't wait 2 years. We're going to lose a lot of projects and a lot of time and momentum that we had going here in the community. So I'm not sure what the answer is. I look forward to hearing from others.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Federico?
Thanks. So I'll throw in my 2 cents. Number one, we got an update at Friday at 3 p.m. that some of our expectations of what we were expecting to see, kind of not in the 2021 budget, but in 2022, 2023, those numbers were off. So instead of a $50-some thousand savings, we're talking about a $1,000 savings. We've had a lot of time to deliberate this budget. Finding that information out at a Friday at 3 p.m. before we go into deciding this budget tonight is personally not great with me. It doesn't sit well. I'll bring up a couple points that I have concerns with. Obviously, I also have concerns with Spray Lakes Rec Center. Not to do with the people, and again, I am not talking about the volunteer board. I'm going to keep repeating myself because it seems to always come back to me in the media somehow. It's not about the board. It is not about the boots on the ground customer service people. But I have concerns about the operations of that building. And I do understand that there is $100,000 in this budget for a master rec plan. That master rec plan is basically sitting there for us to analyze whether or not the town should look at taking over the rec center. Whether or not it's more beneficial financially or just overall in the public's best interest, but who would run that project? I mean, so we have 100,000 sitting there, but I don't even know who would look after that. I mean, what are we dumping that on planning? Are we dumping that on another area? Or is it just like a white elephant in the room? Nobody's going to talk about it. Nobody's going to do anything about it. So it just disappears anyways. I have concerns about that. I do agree that we are very road heavy. The other concern that I have is that in updates, when we talk about the Highway 1A and 22 interchange, and then we're doing all these traffic projects, are they coinciding now at the same time? All of a sudden, yeah, it sounds great. Hey, you know, they're all working together. Number one, we don't know if the interchange is ever going to happen. Until I see some guy out there with a shovel digging in the ground, I'm personally not taking anybody's information as solid information. I want to see actually somebody digging out there. But then we have other plans going on in the background. The worst case scenario is that in both of these worlds, these two things coincide weirdly at the same time. And believe me, I mean, with COVID, who knows, right? So it would lead to a complete traffic chaos. I mean, we shut down railway this year and it was traffic chaos out in Cochrane. I can't imagine digging up to different areas of our highway system that people just want to be able to get through town, period. I do have concerns about that. I don't know where we go. I think that getting information late to me doesn't sit well. The fact that Councillor McFadden brought up some great points. We don't have people to lead some of these areas. And some of these areas are important to our residents. I don't just have people complain to me about traffic. They complain to me about they don't have enough amenities for their kids to play sports. We have areas where, I mean, just like tonight, I took an email from somebody who said, you know what, their utilities are going up. They can't afford to pay the penalties that go along with the utilities. I mean, are we kind of getting ahead of ourselves by trying to fix a whole bunch of problems, but without really considering what residents need right now? And at the end of the day, none of us know what the next 2 or 3 years are going to look like. And I hate to say that optimistically, we should be thinking that growth is going to grow by 0.5 or 1%. It's like nobody knows right now, to be quite honest. We are going to see a bunch of businesses probably close their doors in the next month or in the next 6 months. I think we need to be prudent. We need to really ask ourselves, is this the best way forward? And are we really doing what residents want? Yes, people want traffic problems solved, but is there a different way or a cheaper way to get those results without investing a bunch of money and then we have nothing left? Because in reality, even when the new CAO comes on board, we can say, hey, you know, how would you fix some of our problems? We have no cash to be able to hire people to put them in. The only thing that we could do right now at this point is fire people so that we could readjust our own system and rebalance to what somebody else wants. There is no more cash. So I'm not sure if I agree either right now on, I do want to see 0%. I'm just not sure if we're at the right point of how we're going to get there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Federico. Councillor Reid.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it might be helpful for me to understand what community services are, what the definition is from Councillor McFadden. My point would be that that in terms of some of her comments, I fail to appreciate the kind of the connection between the reorg and whatever the definition of community services is. Likewise, I didn't appreciate the reference to Spray Lake in that same rural conversation. For me, I believe that the reorg was long overdue. I don't know why we're still talking about it in December when it happened in January. It just seems that some people can't move on. It was necessary, and I think to reinstate that position, or that particular person, I think would be an absolute backward move. I think the community has been loud and clear over the last 4 years, that transportation is the #1 priority, and so I support the budget as is presented. But again, I think if I could perhaps better understand or appreciate what the community service definition is. I mean, I think I understand where Councillor Flowers is coming from, but I'm not sure that's the same as where Tara's coming from. So, but yeah, I support the budget as it is. I think transportation is right. I think we've done a great job, and it's unfortunate we're in those final hours that this would come up.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. A few comments, and I just had one question here too. I'm in full support of the budget before us. I think we're on the right track. My only quibbles would be possible ones with the 2021 and 22 budget, which features new positions being hired, which I'm not in favor of new positions. I'm in favor of working with what we have right now. I've decided to leave that alone, however, simply because it's a projected budget. That's something to be debated next fall with whatever council's sitting there, and I think I'm partial to leave it as it is. So I'm actually completely fine with where we've landed for 2020, 21, and 22. Our capital project list, I'm absolutely optimistic, and I think it's fantastic. I love exactly where we've landed with our traffic improvements. I think we've accomplished things that Cochrane's been waiting for my entire life living here, and I'm thrilled with the way we're heading. I think our organization's strong. I'm very happy with our reorgs we've done and where we currently sit. I think our financial prudence that we are rolling with right now is in line with our economic reality. I work in the private sector. People aren't hiring. Businesses are shrinking and going out of existence right now, and I think we need to be very mindful of that on the public end. So I'm completely happy with where we are right now. My only question was about Spray Lakes Sports Center. Councillor McFadden brought up a good point that any unused finances that are given to them, I was just wondering if Catherine could just touch on where do unused finances go, and because it's always a projection what they're given, and does it come back to a certain reserve fund, or what happens when all of the allotted operational funds aren't used if that were to happen?
So I'm not up to date on what the agreement is, but I don't believe that there's a mechanism for the money to necessarily come back to us. My understanding would be that they project what their operations are going to be. This year is even more difficult than it normally is, so I would anticipate that they would have needed more money, which is what they've asked for. So I'm not really sure where the sort of the divergence is between the two amounts. Perhaps CIO Heineman has more information that I don't have.
No, and it's more just for clarity, Council. I was wondering, there was a reference to the $750,000. So if you recall earlier this year, Spray Lakes came forward and asked for $1.5 million. They only drew $750,000, and then they indicated the last time that we met with them, they would not be drawing the other $750,000. So is that the money that has been referenced in this discussion of the leftover money? Because they never drew that money to utilize it.
Right, and I was referring to the same newspaper article that was referred to earlier. That does make sense, CAO Heineman. I meant more in future years if some of our bleaker forecasts weren't to be realized and not all the money was needed for 2022, 23. It was more in that sense. I was asking what happens with extra funds.
Well, I don't think we have an official policy in terms of how that, but again, I would think that if there was additional resources, they would perhaps put it into some of the capital reserve that they've indicated that the capital needs of those buildings are so important. So again, I think that's something we'd have an opportunity to work with them on. They're committed to that facility, and again, that's part of their ask. They did ask us for additional funding, and that was primarily the additional money that we did not put in the budget for them was to address some of their capital needs.
Right, correct. Okay, thank you. That answers that. Appreciate it.
Okay, back to you, Councillor Padeco. You're good. We can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep. Well, we could. Now we can't. Just click it once. Okay, don't touch it.
Is it good now?
Yes.
Okay. It's funny. It says my microphone is muted at home. Anyways, can somebody tell me what the 135K difference is between the budget of 2021 and 2022 is for HR under the Office of the CAO?
What page are you on in the budget?
I'm on page 17. So it goes from from the human resources, it goes from 1.180618 to 1.315597. Why is there a 135K difference? I don't remember there being an extra person hired in that department.
There is. If you, Councillor Fedenko, if you look at page 19 under the budget variance highlights, the last sentence mentions that there's the addition of a labor relations business partner position in 2022. So between cost of living step and then this new position, that's the difference that you're seeing going from salaries and benefits in 21 to 22.
Who is a labor relations person? I don't seem to remember that being discussed.
I'd be happy to explain this position, and again, this is a new position for 2022. We had considered this initially in 2021, but we had moved it to 2022. We have our unions, and there's a great deal of need for working with those unions to have a labor relations professional with that experience to provide some assistance. So again, that's the rationale as Ms. Van Kampima indicated. So that would be a combination of salary and benefits for that position. But again, it is in a future year, so it will be deliberated as part of next year's budget.
Okay, I am curious, and I do realize that we did say that administration could have kind of a say on what positions they would find of value going forward. I do not remember this particular position being discussed. See that's kind of stuff that I get a little bit concerned on, because I think that right now having somebody to analyze our recreation stuff in this town is probably a better benefit than having somebody to utilize on union negotiations between the two unions that we have in town. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite comfortable with the way some of these things have come down. Again, I feel like we were given some information kind of late in the game, and it's not to blame anybody, because I understand situations are changing. We're all in rough times. I just don't necessarily feel comfortable. I'm comfortable with the percentage that we're sitting at. I'm just not necessarily comfortable with just kind of blanketing things and also getting misinformation about the costs of some things that we were told we're going to have better savings, and now they don't have those savings. I'm concerned about what we're going to do about the rec center. Who's going to be looking after that? Are we just giving them money over the next 3 years and not bothering to ask any hard questions? Is anybody looking into that? We have nobody to really run that project. There are areas that I think we have gaps in. So I'm not sure. Right at this point, I'm not completely comfortable with stamping this budget and just saying, great job. Sure, we have it down right now at 0%, which is what I want, but I'm very concerned about where we're going when we get into 2022 and 2023. And if we're not looking at that far ahead, all we're doing is looking at this next year, sure, it sounds great, but we have a much bigger job than that. And you know what? The projected numbers are already going up, and we have no money in the budget. If anything else goes wrong within the next year or the next year after that, to be quite honest, we're screwed. The taxpayer's going to pay for it. So I really, really want us to possibly slow down, really analyze what we're doing, what positions we're giving money to, and how we can maybe better analyze those departments that we do have concern about, and kind of looking at where we can save money in the long term. I'm just not necessarily comfortable giving it my stamp of approval right now.
Councillor Padeco, if I can, just in terms of, I just want to make clear a few things. So community service was not eliminated through the reorganization. It was actually blended with development services. So at the beginning of January, that was in my portfolio, and then certainly Mr. Weldon has done a great job with that group since. But the other thing is we did talk about the labor relations portion through deliberations. I'd like to clarify, these are future positions that have been identified, and there's always the opportunity for the next council to look at it. It's included in there. We have no new positions in 2021. That's part of the reason where we could get to zero. But there are future positions. Councillor Wilson did comment, and he has been consistent in identifying concerns with some of those future positions. Council is going to have an opportunity to evaluate those in the future and really understand what the needs. And the other thing I would say is Mr. Derricott, when he gets here, he will be doing his evaluation and certainly looking at what the needs are, and he'll have his input coming into the budget next year as well.
You're muted, Lonnie.
Better? No.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. When it came to Councillor Nagel's comment about making amendments, I would be happy to approve the 2021 budget. I'm not necessarily looking to proceed after that. Or I would look at taking Spray Lakes out of it for 2022 and 2023. I think that there needs to be some evaluation on what's going on there, more so than just at this point. So I'd be happy to at least approve the 2021 budget, but past that, I think we need to do some investigation. And I don't know if that's a good enough amendment for anybody, but that is where I would stand and where I want to see some tax savings. Because right now, I'd be happy to try to figure out what that looks like. I just think that over the course of time, from what I've seen from that organization, their costs just keep going up. And I would have been happier, much happier, if, you know what, over the 3-year projection, they had lowered their costs, but they haven't. They've just asked for the same amount of money. So I'm not sure if I can suggest that, but that's kind of where I would sit at.
Okay, well, there's a couple things in there, and I see Catherine's wanting to wade in, and I assume she's going to highlight for us that we are legislated and required to pass a 3-year budget. So we can't pick and choose what we do with 1 year versus 2 to 3 years. Catherine, am I correct in that?
And that's correct. We are legislated under the Municipal Government Act that we have to have a 1-year budget, but a total of a 3-year plan. So what we're seeking council's approval for is 2021 is our marching orders. So that's what, those are the numbers that you're approving as the marching orders. There is an opportunity in the spring to make adjustments. So if Mr. Derricott comes in, council also has a chance to relook at strategic planning come the new year. We can make spring budget adjustments. But we do have to have a budget. So we can't not pass a budget by December 31st. Otherwise, we totally shut down. That means nothing runs come January 1st. So those are the two legislative requirements. And so we just need to find a way to work through and to come up with something that's acceptable to the majority of council. And I'm happy to help us work through that.
The other thing is that I would ask for clarification at this point, please, Ms. Van Kynpema. We are not screwed. We have, during our budget deliberations, we went through a great deal of length of time looking at our reserve the reserve funds and the capital reserves and restricted and non-restricted reserves. So there is room for Mr. Derricott or future councils to do what they will from year to year. Correct?
That is correct. We do project out 10 years, but the 10-year plan this year looks not a lot like what last year's 10-year plan necessarily looked like. And so every single time you look at it, the numbers are different. So right now we look at the numbers and we're projecting a deficit at the end of 10 years for our capital reserves. So what that basically just tells us, not that we're screwed, but that we do have to re-look and see what our priorities are and how we're going to fund things and all of the things we're going to fund. So it's just a sort of a way to plan. We still have operating reserves that are available. We do have money that allows us to be nimble. It just means that maybe we'll have to spend dollars now that maybe will not be available later, but you don't know. Maybe there will be a grant that's announced that we didn't know about today. So there's lots of different things that happen. Same with the growth numbers. Lots of things changed. We thought growth was going to be 4% when we first started looking at 2022 and 23. We thought it might be 5 or 6%, but it's not. So you get your crystal ball out, you do the best you can, and that's what the purpose of 22 and 23 is. It's just a preliminary plan. And then you go back and you do the hard work that we've done and we do every year to get it nailed down, get it more firm, get our numbers. We're more confident in what our numbers are and where our priorities are. So we will be digging in and doing a lot more work before council approves and makes that the marching orders for 2022 and then the following year for 2023.
Yeah, thank you. And the other thing I would just like to highlight is that there's no change. That Catherine has gone to the work tonight to highlight the variance in the budget that we deliberated and what we're looking at tonight. There's been no change in positions. There's been no change in, there's some small, the things that she highlighted in her presentation is what's changed. And that's it. Councillor McFadden, you have a comment?
Yeah, for sure. The community services, I mean, every municipality maps that out differently, but it's usually the area of your organization that is focused on recreation, community wellness, and culture. So the libraries, the recreations, that's kind of where it sits. And so, and to be clear, I absolutely agree that transportation is the #1 infrastructure challenge that Cochrane is facing. But what we haven't been paying attention to is that the infrastructure gap is not just roads, right? Like our parks are falling behind. That was presented in the parks plan. And my frustration, I mean, and so many reasons this year that things got stalled, but we don't have a designated eye on the ball to get those like, and you're not, like the Horse Creek Sports Park, that's not going to be built overnight. It's going to take eyes on the ball for a couple of years to make that a reality. What we're looking at to support the provincial 1A project is about 13 million, which is the same ballpark as to actually build out a sports park. So we're going to focus on a transportation solution just to show the magnitude of what I know they're not, you can't switch them out. But I want to see the same amount of energy, or at least some of that energy, also focused on the other gaps in our community. I mean, you know, Jeff, I know you've been a champion of the library. They've outgrown their space probably as soon as that building was built. And we need to have a solution for what I'm trying to be right now is the champion for our parks and for our recreation groups that want to be able to have a solution that they can be a part of for new playing fields, and we don't have a champion for that. So my challenge, we don't have an administrative champion to get that through. So then I guess my ask then, Catherine, is what would be a strategy that we could use to fund a position, to park it in the 2021 budget, so that it's possible to give those marching orders. You get our new CAO can come on board, but to make sure that the new CAO is going to have those resources. And so, what is that? Is it? Can we switch out $100,000 from Spray Lakes? Can we take the $100,000 from the capital fund? Can we pull that from reserves? What are our options to make sure that we have the resources to focus on those other infrastructure gaps, which is, it's the parks, it's the culture, it's the recreation, it's the libraries, all of those things. What are our options?
Well, I haven't had a chance to look at this, and it's difficult for me to, at 10:22 at night, to come up with a bunch of financial options. There is some information I can provide you. The challenge with taking it from reserves is you have to take it from reserves every single year, or at some point you have to have a tax increase to fund that position. So I would never recommend that you fund an ongoing expense from a one-time source of funding. So where that leaves us is user fees or taxes. So if you still want to maintain a 0% tax increase, then council would need to decide what other thing would not be funded from taxes, or what user fee you would increase that you could guarantee would be coming in on a consistent basis to fund that extra cost.
Okay. So then my next question is, because, and maybe I've heard this wrong, but I'm certain I've heard other municipalities finishing their budget in the new year. Is that not?
They have to pass an interim budget by December 31st. You can't go into January 1st without a budget, because it's illegal for us to spend money without council approval, and council approval comes in the form of an adoption. So I've had, in my experience with municipalities, what they've done if council is not able to pass a budget before December 31st, the budget that they've been deliberating, then what they do is they pass an interim budget and they make it to be equivalent to the budget that was in the current year. So council could make a resolution to say we're passing an interim budget that is the same as the 2020 budget. Then that buys you time to work through it and then pass a formal real budget, not just an interim budget, in the new year.
Okay, so I knew there was a work on. So I think the solution that I would be most comfortable with is moving 100K from, moving 150K, whatever, moving 100K from the Spray Lakes budget to put it in the space of community services, so that we have some option to bring on staff, at least one champion for that space in this upcoming year. And then following up on Councillor Wilson's good point, can we map out with Spray Lakes, like if they don't need $2 million, I don't want to give them $2 million, because that's positions, we could fund a planner with that, with a small portion of that. And I've never heard anybody in Cochrane say we need less planning. So that would be my ask. And I know it's 10:26 at night and it's a change. But I couldn't go into this year not comfortable with the direction of the budget, and not comfortable that council was going to work towards a balance in how we're approaching our, how we're going to serve our community. So I think that's my ask then, is that we 0% move the 100 from that into space for a community services staff, because I really feel that the community needs a champion for sports, recreation, and culture in this upcoming year. And then I think that would allow the, the team to, the council and through strategic planning, a chance to look at that organizational structure, to work with our new CAO and find some options. Because at this point, passing a budget that doesn't in some way give marching orders to support community services doesn't support what I've always wanted to do, which is to champion a complete community. So that's my ask of council as an amendment.
That was a pretty long amendment. Maybe you could work on the wording of that, and maybe I'll weigh in here at this point. Just Councillor Nagel, if you would allow. I too feel we have come to a well-balanced budget. I don't like the 11th hour amendments when we had months, like almost a month with the budget document, and then we are finding ways to work around it now at the 11th hour and move 150,000 or 100,000 just around to for placeholders. And the issue is that we've had these discussions, most of them, during our budget deliberations. We have come to, in my opinion, a really solid document in front of us that speaks to the needs in the community. And I don't feel it leaves a hole in the community services. As Mr. Heineman has pointed out, we have shifted that responsibility with the reorg to the planning, to his, where he will transition back to. And I don't think we've allowed that to actually even take shape there. This has not been a year that we can really benchmark ourselves from. To say that we are stalled on projects is, I would look at the globe and say the entire globe has been quagmired and stalled with COVID-19. So that's not using that as an excuse. It's just the reality of what we've been working in throughout this past year. To go backwards and put positions in place and react in this budget prior to a new CAO coming in, I feel that we need to give that some time. It may be not as moving as quickly as some would like in some areas, but that's really just, I'm not a patient person either. And there are a lot of things that I had hoped that we would accomplish over this past year. And I'm sure many people feel the same, that we just have not been able to do. And that's just the realities of COVID-19. The transportation focus in the budget, I believe, is the right move. We have $3.5 million in a grant from the province that if we don't act on this project, we are moving away. We're giving it away, giving it back. So $3.5 million from the province to leverage that to fix something in our community that I hear about every single day, even within COVID. I was on a call with the seniors having coffee on Friday, and the interchange came up, and the new project that the town is moving forward potentially, given the borrowing bylaw later in the agenda. So, in my view, we need that infrastructure improvement to facilitate the finances and the economy of our community. We have been quagmired with lineups up the hill for years, and people crying at every time they have an opportunity to get an ear of an elected official in this area to fix it. And we are finally, and I'm quite proud of the work that we've done to shift the focus from waiting on the province to acting ourselves. So yes, it costs money. There's a balance, I believe, that we're striking between fixing that infrastructure gap and allowing our community to rebound as well. So I think we've done great work. This budget has been a very difficult one. I didn't sign up for this role to see people I care about not have a job come January 1st. But as Councillor Nagel has pointed out, these are the economic realities that we're living within right now. And I think that we have passed a prudent budget with this document in front of us tonight. So I could go on, I guess, but I think that we've addressed a lot of the areas that I feel that maybe you consider as gaps, Councillor McFadden. But to have somebody in place or a placeholder for $100,000 or $150,000 to move forward on a $50 million sports park. Like, it's a great plan, and it's a great idea for us to move forward, but the amount for the Horse Creek Sports Park to come to reality is still a long ways off. So unless we have other areas to, like Ms. Van Kijnpema said about finding grants to facilitate some of that, the reality of that is that is an enormous project. So I don't disagree. It's something I'd like to see built in our community, but it's 1 year at a time right now, and I think that we've got a good budget in front of us. So I'll stop at that point. I have a lot more notes written down, but I know Councillor Nagel is waiting patiently to weigh in.
I actually didn't have much new to add. I was going to mention what was already mentioned, that we are legally obligated to pass a 3-year budget when that came up. But then the other thing I wanted to address was the comment about us being screwed that came up. And I'm not obviously looking to have some sort of argument about this, but when comments like that are made, I feel like we need to address them, because if I just then go out and blindly suggest or vote in favor of a plan that is allegedly going to leave Cochrane, quote, screwed, that makes me look quite stupid. But we would not be screwed by any means. If something comes up that changes, there can just be a budgetary adjustment next year, budget season. If in the middle of the year something comes up that needs to be paid for, there can always be a change to the budget made on the fly. So I'm certainly not supporting something that would leave our community vulnerable, and it's not irresponsible. And what would be irresponsible is to think we're not going to pass a 3-year budget tonight.
I'm sorry, Councillor Reid, I think I missed you in the chat there.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of things. One is, I think, and now that I understand the definition of community services, is quite different than what Councillor Flowers was talking about, I think. But for the most part, I think it's ironic that on one hand we would praise Drew for the great job he's doing, and then on the other hand not recognize that he will actually be the one championing this when he gets back to his position as it relates to moving forward. So I think that's pretty ironic that this would be the champion of community services on one hand, and yet we're not giving him a chance to do that. I also think that this 11th hour kind of Hail Mary in the budget process, I think, is unfortunate. And in terms of respect for each other, I'm troubled by it. But a couple of comments I would make is, I too don't believe that the budget's screwed. If you actually take time to look at the numbers that are in the book, you'll see that it's not that at all. And in terms of future budgets, if you take the time to go back and over our term and just look at the budgets that I've gone back the last 3 years and looked at the budgets as projected, they're nowhere near like what actually occurred, right? So there's quite a gap between future proposed budgets and the reality. But I think that we need to keep our eye on the ball. I think we've got a really good budget in front of us. We worked hard to get to this point. I just would hate for us to look to try to water it down and not give the process due time to work through. We've approved a new infrastructure. We've got a new CEO coming in place. Let's just move that through. And then the comment about the unsubstantiated comments about Spray Lakes and administration, that doesn't add anything to this discussion, and I think it's just more rhetoric. And I think it's just stay what we've got, and I think we've done a good job of getting there, and I'm totally in support of where we're at in terms of this budget and willing to support it as is.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor McFadden, you're in there. I'm all out of, it's Councillor Fedeko now.
No, it's not going to work.
There you go.
Okay.
No, it's off again.
That better?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, it's not to say you guys are all taking the word screwed out of context. I get it. It's not necessarily that, but we have been told we don't have a bunch of reserves. We can't necessarily keep going into reserves to take money out to kind of balance things out as we go forward. So just be careful of how you read into it and shooting back on comments, okay? Because we've all been there. We've all dug into budget. I remember listening to Councillor Nagel argue over $40,000 chairs a couple years ago. We've all dug into the budget, so we don't need to take cheap shots. I do want to know who's going to be looking after the rec center when it comes down, if we don't have that position secured, and we did have that position at one point, which was community services, who is going to be looking after that? Because like I said, we do have a $100,000 master rec plan that is supposed to be analyzing whether or not the town is better off to take over that center. So if that's the case, who's going to be managing that plan? Is it Mr. Hyman himself? Is it planning? Is it just so that I know where to look in the future of who's going to be taking that on if we don't have a designated person? That's clearly
I
what I
can answer that question, and I would say that as I make my transition back to the General Manager of Development Services, certainly that would fall under my portfolio. There is a great deal of work that's in there that's included in this budget with a number of other projects. But I intend to certainly rise to the occasion and do that work. I've developed a relationship with Mr. Fileski and happy to get some more information. And then the other thing that I would also highlight is we have Mr. Derricott coming, and certainly he may be have some opportunity as well to be a champion. I know he's eager to roll up his sleeves and be working with the team. So we're going to have another person here that will bring a lot of expertise to the table.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Mr. Hyman. I just wanted to go back again, the comments that the mayor made about Councillor McFadden. Councillor McFadden isn't championing a sports park at $50 million. She's championing the idea of recreation. And just because we have a concern about SLS FSC doesn't mean that anybody else sitting on council shouldn't have the same concern, right? We have that concern because people have brought that concern towards us. And again, I go back towards the fact is the public have asked me questions about that sports center, about where their costs are going, and they have some real concerns. So we've dug into it, I think respectfully over time, and we keep getting shot down either that we shouldn't ask that or it's not our place. And that's just not the case. We're asking those hard questions because that's our job. She isn't just demanding that you spend money on a sports set or on a rec park that's like 15 years out. She's not asking that. So we're asking that we're looking at recreation overall. I'll support the budget because, yeah, I agree. There's nothing that we can do. I'm not going to delay something that needs to be decided, obviously, by December 31st. But I will be paying close attention on that rec side and what goes forward into the next couple of years. But you're right. I'm not going to delay it right now. I do think that we came up with a good amount. It's the amount that I wanted to support, which I'm happy about. I'm not necessarily supportive of where we go in the future, but we'll deal with that, I guess, as we get into spring and further on from there. But I don't think this is the opportunity to shoot people down just because they have questions, or then to say that we've had a month. Hey, you know what? I got an email Friday at 3 p.m. that there were some changes. So I don't really feel that that's fair to say that we don't have that right to ask those questions now at this hour.
I was not arguing that you don't have the right. I'm respectfully listening to everyone's opinion around the table like I do every single night we come to these meetings. I was not shooting anybody down or putting Councillor McFadden down for bringing it up tonight. I was strictly just stating my opinion. I was not also inferring that the position is in direct relation to the Horse Creek Sports Park. Councillor McFadden had brought that up. So in my opinion, I think it's a ways away. We have other years that we can put money towards funding that position if we deem fit in the future. Councillor McFadden, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fedeko. I appreciate the support. I know it's late, and I know it's a big change for what people actually thought tonight was going to look like. But I really do feel it's my role to not pass a budget till I get to a point where I'm comfortable with it. So again, I mean, the Horse Creek Sports Park, that's the number one thing I'm hearing from the rec groups on. That's something that we could deliver on if it becomes a priority. So my question is, who is going to have the eye on the ball? Who can we as council hold to reporting on moving the Horse Creek Sports Park forward, the tri-site forward, the Spray Lake Sawmills relationship forward. I mean, that's there's a relationship with the Rocky View County to work through on that. So who is going to be like, I know how busy planning is. They're going to be short a planner. We've just talked about how busy everybody's going to be in dealing with the regional items. So, on a bi-weekly basis, if we're wanting to know who's going to own those, who's answering those emails, let me know.
That's me.
Okay.
McFadden,
Already we'll be even closer buddies. So these are priorities for me to see done. And to be clear, I was not looking at this as a trade off the 1A to deliver on this project at the last minute. I completely agree. The transportation is good. If it's the only way we can get that investment done, then there's a strong argument for it. I'm not speaking against the transportation investments. They're important. What I'm trying to highlight is that we need to broadly invest in our community because there are other gaps. So, yeah, so that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying transportation should take a second seat. I'm just asking council to be aware that my opinion, got out of balance, and we need to have a strategy on how we're going to get back into balance. And a lot of that's going to rest on the strategic plan in the spring, the new CAO, his approach. I want to make sure that the new CAO is going to have resources at his command to address that. That's the reason for the amendment. It's a $60.4 million operational budget. In that, my amendment that I would like to propose to the budget would be to move $100,000 from the Spray Lake Recs Facility Board to a community services position to be evaluated by council and the new CAO in the spring. That would be my amendment. It's a $100,000 amendment and a $87 million overall budget. So if we could vote on that. But to be clear, I completely agree that transportation needs to be dealt with. It wasn't an either or. It's just I'm looking for a balance in how we approach things.
Okay, so there's an amendment to the motion that Councillor Nagel has made. Councillor Flowers, do you wish to speak before we get into the amendment?
About the amendment or about the initial? I was getting confused. My final thoughts anyways are I think that we got in this position because of poor planning. We did some knee-jerk reactions, getting rid of staff, getting rid of some areas that I think we should have put more planning into. But I don't think we're going to fix it here tonight. I think we need to get a budget and commit to doing some serious planning in the spring. I don't think that Mr. Heineman is going to have time to do all these projects with the Big Hill Lodge and Seniors on the Bow and the Boys and Girls Club and the library and on and on and on. We need someone dedicated to focusing on that. Partnerships, grant funding, there's so much that goes along with that, more than just planning. So I really hope we can look at it in the spring.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Flowers. Let's talk about the amendment now. Anybody? Okay, Councillor Reid, you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, I'm going to speak against it. I mean, we've heard from administration and we know factually that Spray Lakes has been chronically underfunded. So to continue to pick on that organization is just wrong. And let's be clear, no one on council has been speaking against recreation as a priority. And to suggest that that Councillor McFadden is the only champion of that, I think is just portraying to the public a wrong image. It's just not true. I support the idea of a recreation strategy, full stop. But I think the way this is being brought forward, I think, is an example of poor planning at its best. So I'll speak against the motion. I'm against the motion for sure.
Okay, Councillor Reid. Anybody else? The amendment? Councillor Wilson?
Just simply as I've been against all new hires, I'll be against this new hire proposal. I don't think it's the right thing to do. I'd rather continue with our budget as we came into the evening.
Okay, anyone else? I won't be supporting the amendment either, for much of the same reasons that I've already spoken to tonight. Councillor Federico, are you trying to get in line for a comment?
Yeah.
There it is. Now you're muted.
Maybe. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I would wait until spring. I guess I probably wouldn't vote for us to make an amendment right now. I think that we'll wait until spring and figure out from there. I think that, let's let the new CAO come into place. I get where Councillor McFadden's going. It's kind of a placeholder, but right now, I mean, let's just let everybody get on with things and we'll figure out what that looks like going into spring. But it's definitely not something that's going to go away. And we're not necessarily always going to agree. But it is something, the rec department is something that I've got to focus on as well. It's something that, you're right, Councillor Reid, you're right. Not everybody is against sitting here, and it's not a 2-5 vote against rec, right? We're all in support of the same things, but we have to be able to kind of look at those in balance of what we're also doing on the other side, which I believe is where Councillor McFadden's going, right? We have a high amount invested in traffic and solving the infrastructure gaps, and she's just pointing out in some areas where we're not focusing on, right? So it's not that anybody's wrong or right, but as of right now, I think let's just carry on. Let's get to spring and make the adjustments as we need to. And you are right. As we go forward, I'm not in support right now of what 2022 or 2023 looks like. But you know what? Let's look at those areas when we get there and go from there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Federico. I don't see anyone else queuing up. So just to be clear on procedure, Councillor McFadden's asked for an amendment to Councillor Nagel's motion to amend the presented budget to move $100,000 from the Spray Lakes Family Sports Center to a placeholder in community services, I believe. So voting in favor is to have that added, or against is to have no. Well, it's against it. Okay, call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? That fails. We'll go back to the main motion now that Councillor Nagel has on the floor with the presented budget. Is there any other comments, questions, or concerns that have not been aired already tonight?
So, if I may, just my final word on it. I can agree with where council's, landing on this. I think if we can start having that discussion about how we balance our approach and make sure that we get on track of building a complete community, that's a success for me. And if it becomes a priority for us through the spring and bringing on our new CAO, that's a success for me. I know recreation is important to everyone, and I'm just saying that I've been hearing, working with the parks group, I've been getting a lot of emails from the arts and culture groups and the history groups that they just want to see themselves in the landscape, and we need an answer for that. And so I'm just championing a voice that really hasn't been heard much of this year, is the intent there. So big picture, yeah, I support this budget. Going back to my comments, it's not a fun budget. Usually it's about building something, and this is a crisis management budget. So it's tight times ahead. I also agree that as a municipality, we're in a very strong situation, and we can adapt and amend things. So the budget overall has my support.
Yeah, I agree. We are in a strong position despite the year that we've all endured. And if there's a bright side to this, if I can spin it to an optimistic side, I'm happy that it looks like we're going to land on a 0% tax increase this year. Yes, there's some change, but we've got some exciting things planned for 2021. And, you know, with this budget, I'm looking forward to putting those into action. So if there's no other comments, I will call the question. All those in favor of Councillor Nagel's motion? Those opposed? None? Okay, it passes. Well, we've got a few other motions that we need to pass. Ms. Van Kijnkema spoke to them. The second one is the Bylaw 04-2013 Schedule A. Councillor Nagel, thank you for that motion as well. Is there any conversation about the water rates and fees as presented? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bylaw 04-2013? Thank you. Carrying on, motion to approve the amended Bylaw 16-2016 Schedule B sewer rates and fees as presented. Mix it up, we'll go with Councillor Reid. Any conversation on that one? No. All those in favor? Carries. Another one for council to approve the waste management fees as presented. Councillor Wilson, I saw you put your hand up for the last one. Would you be willing to do it for this one? Yeah, okay. All those in favor? Carries, thank you. And the last motion is to approve all other 2021 to 2023 service fee increases as proposed and included in the operating budgets. Councillor Wilson, thank you. All those in favor of that motion?
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Do we have anything in place for people that can't afford the rate increase? Is there some place for them to go? I've been trying to ask that. It's just obviously online, it's not necessarily as fast as what I want to get in, but is there something in place for people if they can't afford those percentages of late fees?
Ms. Van Kijnkema, can you answer that question? I think the motion passed.
So when council sets fees, whether it's utilities or service fees or any other fees, that's the legislation that's in place that administration has to follow. So if someone needs a departure from that, then they would have to appeal to council.
And again, do we know how many people have been affected by COVID when it comes to utility rates? I mean, I haven't had that update. I mean, we've heard very few people in the tax department, but I've had personal complaints personally that some people can't afford it. So have we had that update on what utilities are looking like, or if anybody has complained?
You know, as we mentioned earlier in the evening, Councillor Federico, we will be gathering that information and getting that out to council.
Okay, so that seems kind of bad that we're passing this, yet we don't have that information on whether or not there's 10 people affected or whether or not there's, 250 people affected, right? I mean, I get it. Does this need to be approved tonight, or is it something that we can hold off on not having that information in front of us right now? Because else, or do we have the opportunity to pass it right now and then we have the ability to go back and revise it at a different time if there are a lot of people?
Yeah, so council can always revise this fee schedule for sure. If council chooses not to pass the fee schedule tonight, then we would actually have to amend the budget that we've just passed, because the budget does reflect these fees. But at the end of the day, council can choose to make whatever adjustments, and administration will do the recalculations and bring back an amended report for you to consider.
Okay, I don't want to do that. I don't want to hold up the process. I just want to make sure that there is an option that if it comes back that there are a lot of residents in need of having utility rates or their percentages of interest recalculated, that we will take a look at that. Because I don't want to end up at the point that we're penalizing people who don't have money, they don't have jobs, and yet we're just going to continuously bill them and cost them extra cash. So as long as there's an alternative at some point for us to relook at that, I'm fine with that.
Okay, I think you got the answers to your questions there. We have the ability to change things whenever we need to. This year's been actually a great example of that, even when we don't want to. So that, Councillor Fedeko, I think you were the only one who didn't put your hand up for the last motion. Are you, I could recall the question, I guess. All those in favor of the fee increases proposed, the last motion? Okay, that carries, thank you. And that is the budget. So we have one last piece of business. So we get to the reports that are super important. The 1A borrowing bylaw is Van Kleinpima.
Thank you. I will get the presentation going again. All right. Thank you. So, Mayor Janung, members of council, I'm presenting the Highway 1A borrowing bylaw 22-2020 for second and third reading. So the recommendations, I think council gives it first, or second and third reading after having given it first reading earlier. So this is for a $12.9 million project for improvements along Highway 1A and then connector roads to it to address traffic congestion and flow issues and challenges. Council did approve this project on October the 26th at your meeting with the funding sources of the MOST grant, and this was alluded to earlier this evening, that this is provincial funding grant that's tied specifically to this project of just shy of 3.5 million. The other funding source is off-site levies, so 54% of the project would be paid from off-site levies that have already been collected, leaving $2.4 million of tax-supported debt. The debt would be taken towards the end of the project. It's estimated that the annual repayments at a 3% interest rate would be $205,000 a year. I looked at what the current interest rates are, and again, to remind council and the public that when a municipality borrows, that interest rate is set for the whole term of the loan. So we're recommending a 15-year term. The current interest rates on a 15-year is 1.78%. That interest rate would be set at the time that the money is taken, hence the recommendation of the 3%. First reading was given to the borrowing bylaw on November the 9th, and we did advertise as required by the Municipal Government Act in the Eagle on November 12th and 19th, as well as on our website. There is a 14-day petition period, and we did not receive any petitions from the public. I don't have any comments from the public either. So therefore, it's the administration's recommendation that council gives second and third reading to bylaw 22-2020, which would allow us to proceed with the borrowing. And I would welcome any questions that you have.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Van Kleinpima. Councillor Reid, you have a comment.
I would just move council give second and third reading to bylaw 22-2020 on the 1A improvements. And, I'm just excited about the possibilities of this moving forward. It's been 3.5 years of heavy slugging. And while we talked about it earlier, transportation has been our number one priority and the number one concern for our community. And I think this is apropos in terms of being able to do that. And interesting enough, the final motion of almost our final motion of this year. So, congratulations to all those in the administration who got us to this point, and all of council for stick handling this through to where it is. So,
thank you, Councillor Reid. And we can only do one motion at a time, unfortunately. So we'll just be talking about second reading. But I do appreciate your efficiency that you were working for there. Any other comments on the borrowing bylaw? Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilson, didn't see your hand up.
Oh, Councillor Reid beat me to it. I was just enthusiastic for this borrowing bylaw. I think this is a great project, and maybe I'll get to move third reading then.
The preemptive third reading motion, that's awesome. Okay, I don't see anybody else speaking. I'm obviously in favor of this bylaw. I think I spoke about it already tonight, but Councillor Reid, you kind of nailed it on the head there. I'm really excited that we've made a significant shift in how we're approaching this infrastructure need in our community. So looking forward to shovels in the ground in the spring and seeing some traffic congestion alleviation following that. So anyone else on this one before I call the question? Okay, all those in favor of second reading? Okay, that carries. And Councillor Wilson, do you wish to make third reading? Your hand's up.
An enthusiastic motion for third reading, please.
Enthusiastic high five, third reading motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that carries as well. Thank you, Catherine, for that. Now I gotta revert back to my paper. Notices of motion. Would anyone want to end the year with a notice of motion? Mr. Nagel, I saw you. I thought you were moving your hand to. Okay, we'll move on. Information requests, mayor's report. Really, all I really wanted to say tonight was, I wrote it here somewhere. We talked at length, and it's late. It's a late hour, so I won't get into all the details about CMRB. But I just wanted to thank the Light Up Committee. That was, for having to bob and weave and come up with a 11th hour plan to serve our community some positivity. Really appreciated that event that night, and maybe others will speak to that who were in attendance in that small group when we got to see the first light show downtown. I spent a short period of time on the weekend delivering some toys and some non-perishable food items to Stuff a Bus. That was seemed to be well received. The Kiwanis Christmas Toy Project drive-through on Sunday, that was heartfelt to see our community, at work. Those service clubs that continue to do the great work and the heavy lifting behind the scenes. I was going to try and list them all, but I would miss one. So that was a great event. The continued work of the Social Recovery Task Force and the Economic Recovery Task Force. I'm happy to see the two terms extended. So that's good work going on there. CAO coming on stream next year. We've talked about that with our budget deliberations here a little bit tonight. Looking forward to getting Mr. Derricott up and running. I've been in contact with him a few times in the past week as members of our senior leadership team, and Mr. Hyman has been working on that, getting him to come to our community on the right foot. And again, just like to wish you all best wishes over this holiday season. It has been a tremendously long year, although it's been the shortest long year that I've lived. When you look back, it's like, man, where did the time go? But then when you really think about it, it's been a long year. But hopefully you can all find some time to unwind, disconnect. In this COVID lockdown world, we're obviously having a Christmas and holiday season that we hadn't predicted. But myself, I'm trying to find the optimistic side of that and maybe use this time to recharge the batteries that really are quite low at this point. So the one thing I would just highlight, and this has come out of the Social Recovery Task Force, and it's going to, I think, be making the rounds next year, but it's a statement, and Councillor Flowers, maybe you can remind me, or bring it up in your report if you have one, but unprecedented times calls for unprecedented kindness. And I think that is a great statement to leave the year on. So that is my report for tonight. And I see everybody's lined up to give one of their own. Councillor Padeco, you're up first.
I just wanted to give, of course, kudos once again to our emergency services, Cochrane Fire Services, the RCMP, Municipal Enforcement, EMS, the Cochrane Activettes who helped me pull off the community parades. Unfortunately, I do feel that there is a bit of mixed messaging, and maybe Mr. Hyman would like to speak to that. When it comes to Stuff a Bus and the Kiwanis event that happened this weekend. I mean, I am all for community events. Unfortunately, I had to cancel the last two community parades because it was deemed that it was not overly responsible for me to host those, or for emergency services to host them. But yet there were events that happened this weekend. And I just want to be very careful that we're not sending out mixed messages as a municipality, that some events are okay, some events need to be canceled. I think that we need to have a very consistent message going forward as to what is okay and what is not, and obviously what's being portrayed on social media, because some of the pictures that I saw today were obviously against, I believe, regulations in some cases, because we have been told to not have events or gatherings of any kind. So when I was told to cancel mine, I respectfully did that, but I'm just curious as to why some of those events have been allowed to carry forward. And I don't know if somebody could speak to that, that would be great.
Yeah, Councillor Jaco, I'd be happy to comment on that. I think one of the things with the regulations, again, and this is, I think it's important to be consistent, all right? But, you know, the drive-in events are allowed with the provincial regulations. However, the parades were prohibited. One of the challenges, though, in that drive-in event that occurred this weekend is that the social distancing wasn't always being followed by everyone attending that. So again, one of the things we will do our best to certainly review any events. I sent an email out earlier to council about the New Year's Eve celebration, and just that we aren't going to be able to endorse the fireworks. These are all very hard decisions to make as an organization. We want to be consistent. We don't want to single certain events out. Again, we were following the regulations. I think, unfortunately, what happened in this case is that events that certainly you were organizing did get canceled, and there was the drive-in event. But however, those events, I think, will need to follow stricter regulations if they're going to move forward in the future. So we're going to do our best to monitor this, and certainly this is such a dynamic situation. I apologize to you, to whoever else, you know, felt, you know, that the system let them down. But again, we are trying to navigate a very dynamic situation, and it's difficult because we're all trying to do such good things for other community, and that's what it's really all about. So I don't think I really can say much more, but you know, I recognize our ECC team. I appreciate their following the regulations. They are very diligent at what they're doing. We'll continue to monitor these situations and try and be consistent across the board.
Thank you for that. And it wasn't to say that I didn't appreciate the fact that other groups are coming forward and doing good for the community. It's just that obviously I personally canceled 2 neighborhoods that were looking forward to something that was happening for them. And then to find out that there were events that were very similar in nature also occurring that weekend that were allowed to go forward. You can imagine how I'm sure those people felt, and perhaps how I felt being the person that had to personally cancel them on those neighborhoods. The town, it's not like the town took that over and canceled them, right? I had to do that personally. So just, I think that going forward, we just need to have a very consistent message. Like I said, I was respectful of the decision that was made. It's just hard then watching social media and seeing pictures of groups of people together that probably shouldn't have been, right? And then to, you know, to praise them for their efforts, right? Because obviously I had to cancel mine. So I guess it's just maybe a little bit more thinking on that end on the town. But thank you for that, Mr. Hyman. I realize you're in a hard spot.
Yeah, and again, we're just following the provincial regulations. So I appreciate the comments, and apologies for the difficult situation that it put you in. And again, we are just simply trying to follow the rules. So.
Did you have any other report, Councillor Federico? No? Okay. Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, thank you. You know, it's been a long year. It's certainly not the year that we all predicted. But one of the thoughts is we're looking ahead, going through COVID and how our municipalities responded and how our communities responded, is that, you know, if I have to live through a pandemic with my family, there's not a better community that I'd like to have around me to go through a pandemic with. So, you know, thank you, Cochrane. Thank you to the team. And as always, working with everybody. I know everybody's, serving with best intentions, and we sometimes disagree in the details, but it's always about that. And so I did have one final kind of question, is around the bridge, and thank you, I know, for it was lit up purple in November, which turned out amazing. Thank you for the work on that. Is that something that can be done to celebrate other events, or how can we do that?
Just to clarify for council, we are just working through some of the kinks with the lights, but our intention was to have the lights up and be red and green throughout the Christmas season. Again, to have some positivity. We were hoping to have some pictures of that tonight to share with you, but again, they are working through that, but I would expect that we will have that corrected, and then, you know, definitely through the holiday season and early into January, that portion will be lit up, and we're hoping that it brings a lot of positivity to people during a challenging time, especially when you aren't in a situation to gather with your loved ones like you normally would.
I'd like to add. Sorry, I'd like to add to that answer. Ms. Bell in my area, her and her team are working on a policy in regards to flag raising as well as bridge lighting for the community, so that there is a process and an opportunity for different groups to have that opportunity to have the bridge light up or to have a flag raised. So they're working on that, and we anticipate early in 2021 that coming forward for council's consideration.
That's excellent. I was wondering if we could mix it in. I saw Airdrie, as mayor, had a great initiative encouraging residents to turn a porch light blue in honor of our emergency services that are doing so much to protect us. So in your mix of red and green to celebrate the season, if maybe some thought could be to setting a day aside to maybe turn it blue and recognize all of the emergency services people that are working so hard and putting their health on the line for us, and find a way to recognize them. So just that final thought, if you're a consideration. And and Merry Christmas, everyone. And I'm sure 2021 is going to be brighter.
Sure hope so. Councillor Flowers?
Just a reminder, it's the last chance to fill out the survey for the Social Recovery Task Force if you haven't done it yet. They're taking a snapshot of the community and where things are at, and we'll use it for future planning. And just to have it on record that we did do a letter of support for the Legion for their kitchen through the New Horizons grant, and we had discussed it off camera, so just to let you know that letter did go ahead. And Merry Christmas, everyone. Have a wonderful holiday season with your one or two people that you're hanging out with.
Thank you, Councillor Flowers. Councillor Wilson?
Merry Christmas to everybody. Honor and a privilege to work with you guys. I'm really looking forward to executing some of that project list for 2021, and look forward to the new year. Thanks, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Okay, I think we're
Thanks, everyone.
buried my agenda somewhere, but I think all we have left is, here it is. Adjournment. So remember that unprecedented times call for unprecedented kindness. So Merry Christmas, everyone. With that, we will adjourn the meeting. We'll see you in 2021.
See ya.
Good night.